over? Okay.
Hold on, you gotta stop him.
Hello? 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 Can you hear me? Hello? App is not working right now. Hello? 1/0 run, no?
1/0 runs. It's bowler Syed
You
Shanawaz.
can help me?
With what exactly?
Actually, they are not working.
That's
That was your microphone?
try checking. Audio check 1 2.
I don't know if it's coming from my...
Audio check. Audio check 1 2. Audio check. Audio check 1 2.
If you want to sit here, at least it'll...
Or just sit there?
Yeah.
Go directly from there?
Yeah. At least for now, until I can...
Hello?
Yeah. So the audio on the mic on the computer will pick up the audio?
Yeah. As of
Okay.
now.
Yeah. Yeah. What's the channel for the speed right here so I can pull it up on my laptop? Okay. Yeah. Good morning and welcome to the fabulous Prairie View cricket grounds here in Prairie View, Texas. A cool 63 degrees Fahrenheit, and we are witnessing the start of the beginning, or the start of the tournament. This match being that the South won the toss, elected to bowl first. So the East are batting. The East's openers are Amir Kiani and Anthony Sahadeo. First over was bowled by Humayun Bashir, former first-class cricketer from Pakistan. And the second over that is currently in progress is being bowled by Saeed Janawaz. The score is 1 without loss. Leg by got things underway at the start of the second over. The first over bowled by Humayun Bashir was a maiden. Brian Walters here with you for the next 3 days or so. And we have a few technical issues that are being worked out, primarily to do with the scoring app. Of course, these days when you have technology, always the chance that technology will fail on you, but I think where we are right now is that we're looking to sort of continue what has been so far from the first 7 balls, a very sedate start. Again, the batters are Amir Kiani, Anthony Sahadeo, and now Saeed Janawaz continues over. Outside off stump, ball just maybe on the 5th stump line, and Kiani allowing that ball to go through. Umpires for today's contest are very experienced, and the pair both from the Houston area. Good delivery by Saeed Janawaz on that occasion, bouncing a little bit more effort put into that ball. Umpires, as I was saying, are from the south end of the ground, the highway end, as we say here, that is Naveed Siddiqui. And from the forest end, the north end, is Rakesh Jan. Look at that delivery. Great ball, rising outside off, taken by the keeper up around his head. So good bounce and good carry so far. Of course, one of the things that we'll always have to pay attention to here is the way that the pitch is playing. And thus far, particularly in this over from the south end, from the highway end, a decent amount of pace and carry. Short, cut to backward point, no run. So very sedate, quiet start here by East Central. And I believe 1 ball remaining here in the second over. Saeed Janawaz, short run up.
For whatever reason.
Oh, ball jags back in and cuts the batsman in half. Applause here from the slip fielders. Very miserly over comes to an end from Saeed Janawaz.
Or getting it from my laptop at least.
So the end of 2 overs, the score is 1 without loss. We are continuing to work on difficulties here, but in the meantime, we'll do the best that we can to bring you a description of the action.
Yeah, it is picking up.
Hello. Hello.
Picking up from this though.
Hello. Hello. No, see? Hello.
Yeah, it is.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
Audio check. Audio check. Audio check.
Continue bowling here from the highway, sorry, from the forest end. We'll be bowling his second over, the third over of the innings.
This one? Yeah. Yeah, it is picking up. Yeah. You don't need this?
Okay, so hopefully you will be able to hear a little bit more clearly now, as we seem to have sorted out a few of those issues. And the third over, the second over No run. Quick throw into the keeper. Good activity there in the field. Fielder backward point, very alert, jumping, pouncing on that ball real quickly and getting it back in. So no runs yet off the bat. And by the way, confirmation, that was not a wide ball by Humayun Bashir. So apparently it actually clipped off of the body of the batter. So still no, in fact, now the first run off the bat is a quick punch to mid-wicket and they run through for a single. So the first run from the bat. Two without loss now, the score. And Humayun Bashir, very experienced campaigner, played for years first-class cricket in Pakistan, and then for the last couple decades or so has played his cricket here in Texas, primarily in Austin in the Central Texas Cricket League. As this ball wraps the batter, that would be Kiani on the pad, muted appeal, but no real interest in appealing on that occasion. So just a dot ball. So 3 without loss to score. 2 without loss, rather. And Humayun Bashir now looking to bowl his 4th delivery of this over. Very full and clipped in the air. Confidently, even if it was a thick outside edge and that ball flies down to that fielder at deep backward point, he's sort of at a wideish short third man. So another run off the bat. Score moves on to 3 without loss. And that's the end of the 3rd over. Very miserly bowling here from the South team. 3 without loss to score after 3. Back here in Prairie View, just a little bit of a delay. Not exactly sure what the issue is, but Syed Shanawaz, upon resumption, will be taking up the bowling again from the south end, from the highway end. He'll be bowling to the right-handed Anthony Sahadeo. Shanawaz himself a very experienced cricketer, similar to Humayun Bashir. I'll tell you more about him in a second. This ball is defended into the covers for no run. So, Syed Shanawaz, right-handed, middle order bat, obviously medium pacer, opens the bowling. He, in his younger days, captained the Karnataka University team back in India. Very full, outside off, and this ball is left alone by Amir Kiani. Of course, Syed Shanawaz in later years has been known as a respected cricket administrator, primarily in the Dallas area, and then has some responsibilities also at the national level. So very experienced cricketer and administrator. This ball is defended. Good delivery, jagging back into Kiani. He defends for no run. So again, a very quiet start here. 3 runs only for to the total so far, after 3 overs and 2 balls. I've been corrected. 3 overs and 3 balls. That would now be the 4th delivery. It's defended into the covers for no run. So here in the Masters tournament, we have a little bit of a different setup in terms of the power play. 45 overs total, and the power plays are evenly divided. Tell you more about that shortly, as this ball is dying on that occasion on the way through to the keeper for no run. So the power plays are as follows. first 15 overs represent the first power play, and in 15 overs there are a maximum of 3 batters allowed outside of the circle. So in the first 15, 3 are allowed outside the circle, as compared to, of course, let's compare it to a 50 over cricket match where the first 10 are power play overs, and then in those 10 there's 2 allowed outside. Things are a little bit different here at the Masters tournament. So the first 15 overs there are 3 fielders allowed outside the circle, a maximum of 3. The second power play period are overs 16 through 30, wherein there are no more than 4 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle. And then the final power play overs are 31 through 45, the last 15, and on that occasion, no more than 5 are allowed outside the circle. So Humayun Bashir to continue. Played a much slower ball there by Humayun Bashir, and Anthony Sahadeo a little bit in front of that shot. Played a little bit away from his body and lobbed it up toward mid-wicket. Luckily for him, it did not carry to that fielder at short mid-wicket. So a dot ball to start the 5th over. Humayun got a loopy, slow delivery, very full, almost Yorker length, and defended back to the bowler. So again, a very sedate start. It has been a pretty cloudy and muggy day. I'll tell you more about the forecast shortly. Quicker delivery this time by Humayun Bashir down the leg side, and no wide given. Okay, so apparently in the match conditions, it appears that there is one delivery allowed down the leg side that is without penalty. Any more than that one would be adjudged a wide. So that's what has happened both in this over. Now this one does go down the leg side, and again, umpire Rakesh Jain signals that this is a wide delivery. So just to go over that little piece of information, the delivery down the leg side, if it happens once, it is not punished. If it happens a second time, as it did here in the same over, then it is adjudged a wide. So Humayun Bashir, full and on off stump, and defended back to the bowler. So 4 runs the total. 2 of those 4 are extras. And we're in the 5th over. So a very slow start here by the East Central rather. Humayun Bashir to continue, full and defended again back to the bowler. So something to bear in mind. I mentioned a few minutes ago about the weather. Very overcast, very cloudy, and the chances of rain here in the Prairie View area are about 70%. So there's every opportunity that this game will be interrupted by rain once or twice. Slower delivery, punched into the covers, no run. And that represents the end of the over. Another miserly over. 1 run coming from this over, and that one an extra, a wide. So at the end of 5, we're a third of the way through the first power play. And at the end of that 5th over, the score is 4 without loss. So Syed Shine was to continue bowling from the highway end. His 2 overs so far have only conceded a couple of runs. 1 wide in fact, 1 run conceded from his overs, and that 1 run was a wide delivery in his first over, the second of the innings. So his third over here, the 6th of the inning, starts with a dot ball. Oh, another good delivery on maybe a 4th stump line, carrying through to the keeper. So 2 balls bowled, no runs yet scored. A very, very sedate start, and now unfortunately the clouds above us are getting a little bit thicker. Very full and attempted drive down the ground, thick outside the edge, and that's going to run away for the first boundary of the day. It's a good delivery by Shahanawaz. Outside off, and a big slash by the right-handed Amir Kiani. Does not make full contact, but it flies away off the edge. Boy, they say sometimes in cricket, aggression is rewarded. If he had gone at that half-heartedly, it could have poked one through either to the keeper or to that fielded first slip. Fortunately for him, it evades both the keeper and first slip and flies away to the boundary. So first real shot of aggression seen here from these 2 batters. And the score moves on to 8 without loss. Shahanawaz continuing, and this ball is maybe just shorter length than that ball that was driven or attempted driven that came off the outside edge. And he lets us go through to the keeper, does Amir Kiani. Another identical delivery, and the last few deliveries from this end, the south end, the ball appears to be dying on the way through to the keeper. So not quite as much bounce seen on this occasion as we did in the first couple of overs bowled by Shahanawaz. And a good delivery again, slanting into Kiani, and he defends it back down into the covers. So 1 ball remaining. No, that's the end of the over. So at the end of the over, a single scoring stroke from that over resulted in a boundary down to 3rd man, and so the East Central side has doubled their total with that 1 stroke. The score now 8 without loss.
Continue, Himanshu. Himanshu, continue. That side. Humayun. Still working good.
8 without loss. Humayun Bashir. No, we apparently have a new bowler.
New bowler, sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
Mohsin.
Mohsin. So the new bowler coming from the north end is
Name is?
Mohsin Khan.
I think it's
Mohsin Khan to replace Humayun Bashir at the forest end. Mohsin Khan is a right-handed top order bat. Ooh, ball outside off stump. And okay, this may be another one of those occasions where that could potentially have been a wide, but it's signaled due to the match conditions that I mentioned earlier. That first one that would ordinarily be called a wide is just a dot ball. No. Just a dot ball. So Mohsin Khan played his first grade league in Australia. Good delivery this time, slanting across the left-handed bat, Anthony Sahadeo. So 2 dot balls to start this, the 6th over of the innings. Make that the 7th over, rather. So Mohsin Khan, ooh, good pacey delivery, and again slanting it across the left-handed batter. 3 balls bowled, 3 dot balls. Mohsin Khan right-handed seam bowler. A decent action, not a very long run-up, at least in the 50 or the players all being 50 years of age or older. You don't expect to see very many long run-ups, but very short, compact run-up, and sort of twirls his arm around a couple of times before he delivers. Kind of reminiscent of the great Colin Croft in that way. Of course, not quite as unorthodox a delivery as Colin Croft does, but just in the way that he twirls his arm around a couple of times before he bowls. That's reminiscent of the great man. Full toss. Oh, big drive and a miss. I said full toss. It was more of a Yorker. It passed probably right at the base of the stumps. Big drive and a miss by Anthony Sahadeo. Does not make contact. So 5 dot balls. Good first over here by Mohsin Khan. Down the legs. No, we're hitting him on the pad, drifting down the leg side a little bit. And so umpire Rakesh Jain says not out, but a good over to start here by Mohsin Khan. A maiden over, in fact. So no runs from that over. And at the end of 7, the score is 8 without loss. So 7 overs bowled. The score is 8 without loss. Very sedate start. I keep saying that by East Central Club. And this ball is lofted down the ground over the top of that fielder mid-off rather. Come back for 2. So the first true aggressive shot off of the bat. And this ball went in the direction that it was aimed, as opposed to the 4 that went via the thick edge, outside edge down to third man. This one was lofted down. And again, another top edge back down to third man. And that does run away for 4 more. So from the first 7 overs of this innings, there were 8 runs scored. In the last 2 balls, 6 have been scored. So the East Central looking to open things up. 14 is their score. The scores are Amir Kiani with 9, Anthony Sahadeo with 2, and 3 extras. Now you would think, and in fact I was about to say, with the ability to have 3 fielders outside the circle, you would think somebody would drop back to third man, and you immediately see Syed Chanwa signaling to one of those fielders who went to retrieve that ball from third man that he should stay back there on that boundary. So a couple of fielders are now outside of the circle. There's a deep third man, and then there's mid-off has dropped back to sort of an in-between position. He's deeper than mid-off, but he's off of the boundary by 15 or so yards. And so a little bit more of a defensive feel to this field by the South. And in fact now mid-on dropping back a few steps outside of the 30-yard circle. So the 3 fielders allowed outside the circle are all outside. Mid-off, mid-on, and third man. A good delivery that time, a lifting delivery. And again, I mentioned a few balls ago that it appeared that the deliveries from this end were not bouncing as much as they were. Well, that one did bounce through and carried through to the keeper. Decent amount of pace here being worked up by Syed Chanawaz. Another delivery that bounces over the top of that attempted poke by Amir Kiani. So 6 runs from the first 2 balls of the over. and no runs from the next 2 balls. So 2 remaining here in the 8th. And Syed Chan was looking to close things out here for the South. Slower delivery and lofted in the air. Deep, wide mid-wicket. Not going to go all the way to the boundary. They get 2 as Humayun Bashir after the ball and retrieves. Do they look for 3? No, they don't. Throw by Bashir comes into the keeper's end. So another 2 to the total. 16 without loss. 1 more ball remaining. So the East Central started out with a very sedate, quiet approach, but they look to be opening things up here, as you would think they would be taking some time to get accustomed to the bounce and the pace in the pitch and to the overall conditions, but they might be just looking to open things up a little bit here. And good delivery and defended into the covers by Amir Kiani. So at the end of 8, the score is 16 without loss. We'll be right back.
Place to put up a score, is it?
16 without loss. The opening batters for the East Central are Amir Kiani and Anthony Sahadeo. Amir Kiani, 13 not out from 31 balls. Anthony Sahadeo, 2 not out from 17 deliveries faced. And this appears to be Mohsin Khan to continue from the Forest end. The bowlers so far, Humayun Bashir, 3 overs. Syed Shahnawaz has completed 4, and Mohsin Khan is about to start his 2nd. And the fielders mentioned you're allowed 3 outside the circle. As of right now, there is only 1 outside the circle. He's sort of at a backward square leg position, kind of a wideish fine leg. Maybe let's call it 45 degrees on the leg side, and he is just outside the circle. He is maybe 20 yards in from the boundary. And Mohsin Khan continuing outside off. Good lifting delivery taken by the keeper. Slanting again from this right arm over approach. He's angling the ball across the left-handed batter, Anthony Sahadeo. And any left-handed batter will tell you that that is a very uncomfortable place to be. Slow delivery, big lofted drive attempted and a miss. He's really looking to put that ball maybe somewhere deep in the distance in the forest, from towards that forest end. Missed that drive, and the ball only passing a few inches away from the off stump. It's a great delivery. So 2 dot balls to start here in the 9th. Mohsin Khan again with a pretty aggressive feel. There's 2 slips and a gully. Good delivery, and he goes fishing, as we say in the Caribbean. Fishing and didn't catch anything. But, yeah, double. Poking sort of tentatively outside off stump, and not, luckily for him, the ball did not find the edge. But good, accurate bowling here by Mohsin Khan. Slower delivery and defended into the mid-wicket position. Quick throw, backing up a little bit too far that time was the non-striker, Amir Kiani, but the shy at the non-striker's end was not successful. So at the end of all of that, another dot ball. So 4 balls bowled, no runs scored yet here in the 9th over. Mohsin Khan full and driven into the covers. Good diving stop I say diving, that might have been a little bit too kind. He sort of rolled over that fielder at backward point and prevented that ball from getting by him. But either way, another dot ball. So with the exception of that last over where 8 runs were scored from Saeed Shahnawaz's 4th over, very accurate sort of miserly bowling here by the South. Oh, extra bounce this time and going down the leg side. That's going to be, I believe, a leg by as that fielder runs across from that backward square leg position we referred to earlier. And there does here comes the signal from umpire Rakesh Jain. So a dot ball, rather a leg by to end things here in the 9th. The score is 17 without loss. Nine overs bowled, 17 without loss the score. And now the opening bowler, Humayun Bashir, has switched ends and will now be bowling from the highway end, which is the south end of the ground. The wind, which is blowing pretty strongly, is coming from the south. So this will help Humayun Bashir with his pace. Very full, driven to mid-wicket for no run. Humayun Bashir, when he was a lot younger, was very quick. My estimate from having been his teammate for several years was that he was the quickest in the league when we played together. These days, not quite as quick, but very much a very accurate bowler. And every once in a while, he can bend his back and get that quick delivery going. Look at that delivery. Now, I mentioned earlier about the pace and bounce coming from this end, the south end. I would suspect that that's part of the reason why Humayun Bashir has been brought back from the south end of the field, because number one, there's a decent amount of carry, and then number two, the wind will help that delivery. This ball is clipped behind square on the leg side, so another single to the total by Anthony Sahadeo. Score is now 18 without loss. We are 3 deliveries into the 10th over. Sahadeo with a very open stance, not quite as open as, say, a Shiv Chandapal, but very open, much more open than you'd expect. He almost faces mid-on as the bowler is coming into bowl. So now for the right-hander, Amir Kiani, the field gets a little bit more defensive. Mid-off and mid-on drop back each. Mid-off fell back about 10 yards and mid-on about 20 yards. This ball defended, just past that fielder at a backward point. Runs away for a single. Quick throw from the outfield. For some reason was evaded by that fielder at first slip, but not far enough to get any additional runs. So 2 singles here on the 3rd and the 4th balls of the 10th over. Again, being bowled by Humayun Bashir. So the left-handed Sahadeo is back on strike. Good delivery, slanting again across the left-hander. A tentative poke on that occasion, and not a lot of foot movement, I have to say, on that occasion. And it just appeared that he was simply sticking the bat out there, hoping that something happened, and nothing happened. Luckily for him, that missed the outside edge. So Humayun again with the last ball. Slower delivery, straight up in the air. The keeper's running back. And, oh, what a great catch. That is well taken. The keeper could not get to it, but the fielder running around from backward square leg made the additional 15 or so yards and got to that delivery and absolutely took a very, very good catch. So the left-handed Sahadeo goes top edge, I'm not sure, and a catch taken running around from backward square leg. We'll get the name of that fielder here shortly, but Anthony Sahadeo's innings is ended courtesy of a slower delivery from Humayun Bashir. Got out in front and only succeeded in top edging that attempted flick, and a good catch taken there. And our information is that Ayaz Sheikh is the fielder who took that catch. And so at the end of 10 overs, the score is 19 for 1. Okay, so 10 overs ball. The score is 19 for 1. The new batter is now Santosh Pandey. Santosh coming to the wicket at the fall of the last ball of the last over, and immediately gets off the mark as this ball is defended into the covers, and a bit of a fumble there by that fielder at backward point, and they immediately gift Santosh Pandey a run to get off the mark. Santosh Pandey, the new batter. Very experienced, of course. At this level, everyone is experienced, but we'll tell you more about Santosh here shortly. Good delivery outside off. Goes through to the keeper. Santosh Pandey from the city of Hyderabad. Played under 23 and under 25 for Hyderabad. And at the university level, he played for Gulbarga University. These days makes his living playing cricket in Louisville, Kentucky. Oh, bowled him. Big swing and a miss. A little bit too aggressive of a shot there from Amir Kiani. When the ball passed his bat, his head was pointed straight in the air. Completely missed this huge booming drive, and the furniture is disturbed. Top of middle and off hit. And I'll tell you what, it has to be said, a great delivery, because looking at the replay, that ball delivered from wide of the crease and swung back in. Swung in a mile, actually. So great in-swinging delivery by Mohsin Khan. And from that standpoint, it really was a brilliant piece of bowling. So Amir Kiani goes. His day with the bat is done. And the new batter is going to be Ajit Jayasinghe. Great piece of bowling. Looking again at that replay, that ball started well outside off stump and again delivered from very wide of the crease I mentioned the Colin Croft comparison earlier. Colin Croft, for those of you of a certain vintage, will remember that he bowled similarly from very wide of the crease, but this delivery swinging back in appreciably from well outside off stump and came back in and beat that booming drive being attempted by Amir Khan, and it hit just the top of off, middle and off. Good piece of bowling by Mohsin Khan. So 20 for 2 now the score. And again, the new batter is Ajit Jayasinghe.
Twenty. 10.3. Yeah.
Mohsin Khan now to deliver to the new batter Ajit Jayasinghe. Mohsin Khan now into his 4th over. Very full appeal. Not out, says umpire Naveed or umpire Rakesh Jain. Boy, looking at these deliveries, these balls are swinging from well outside off stump. Third. So I made a mistake just now. Mohsin Khan in the middle of his 3rd over. 5 balls having been bowled from that over. When this the 11th over of the innings. 20 for 2 the score. 1 ball remaining. Everybody inside the circle now for the South. Another good Yorker. And a quick single take on mid-off. Running around, not able to get there in time. Mid-on rather. Shy at the bowler's end and not successful in terms of being, it was not a direct hit. So they run through for a single to end things here in the 11th. So at the end of 11, the score is 21 for 2. So 20 for 2 the score. Oh.
Sorry, sir. Hello.
11 overs bowled. Humayun Bashir,
Yes, sir. Hello.
the opening bowler, is about to start his 5th over. And in a 45 over match,
Yes, sir.
where each of the bowlers is restricted to a total of
21. 21.
each of the bowlers is restricted to 1/5 the total number being bowled in the innings. So Humayun about to start his 5th. After this over, he will only have 4 remaining. Humayun still very fit. And again, still plays plenty of cricket in the Austin area. He will now be bowling to Santosh Pandey. Oh, this ball defended awkwardly, slanting into the right-hander. And he sort of half punches it to mid-wicket, but half fending it off of his body. So a dot ball to start things here in the 12th. And this now pushed down to a man, sort of a wide, short third man. They run through for a single. So Pandey moves up to 2. His partner is Santosh. No, Santosh is Pandey. His partner Ajit Jayasinha is 1. Have that backwards. Jayasinha is 2 and Pandey is 1. Either way, Humayun Bashir to continue. And full and inside edge trickles to short, backward square leg, and they run through for a single. So a couple of runs here so far in the 12th over. As a reminder, the first power play, 15 overs. And during that first power play, a maximum of 3 fielders are allowed outside the circle. For the majority of this innings, though, they have not used those 3 fielders outside the circle, as this ball is defended for no run. The majority of this innings, those balls more or less have been, those fielders rather, more or less been inside the 30-yard circle. And so aggressive field setting combined with a relatively slow start here by the East Central club has resulted in a relatively low scoring match so far. Oh, this is going to be fumbled by the keeper, and they run through for a bye. It will be signaled here by umpire Naveed Siddiqui. There is a signal. .24 for 2 the score. 1 ball remaining here in the 13th over. Good full Yorker, big, almost a test match style leave by the batter Pandey on that occasion, and that results in the end of the 12th over. I said 13th earlier, my apologies. That's the end of the 12th over. And at the end of 12, the score is 24 for 2. Let's see. 24 for 2 the score, and again we're here in Prairie View, Texas. We're about 60 or so miles west of downtown Houston. Cool day. The clouds are actually overhead have given way to some blue skies, as it appears that Mohsin Khan is continuing to bowl from the forest end. So again, the threat of rain exists for pretty much the entire day according to the forecast, but after a brief spell of rain this morning about 8:30 or so, it appears that things have cleared up enough at least to get this game going. Oh, short and pulled away massively. That is the shot of the day so far, going slanting down the leg side, and for somebody who has been swinging the ball beautifully, Mohsin Khan, he commits the unforgivable sin of dropping too short. And if you're swinging that brand new ball, absolutely no reason to bowl it that length. But it was pulled away massively down to backward square leg for a good positive stroke. 4 runs, more to the total. That was played by Ajit Jayasinha. Great shot. I suspect that this ball will be a lot fuller because there was no reason to drop that ball so short. Again, being able to use the conditions is an important part of bowling. Yes, exactly as we thought. Much fuller on that occasion, and a poke outside off stump missing, and it goes through to the keeper. So if you have the ability to swing the ball and to move it in the air, you lose or you negate that opportunity when you drop it short. So Mohsin Khan obviously learning from his mistake there and pitching that next ball much fuller, and I think he will be a much more effective bowler. He's been a very effective bowler so far. I think he will continue to be effective if he just continues to bowl it full and let the ball do the work through the air for him. Very full, wrapped on the pad, an appeal. Oh boy, Mohsin Khan really disappointed that umpire Rakesh Jain says no. But again, from that fuller length, that's where he needs to be. And certainly a little bit more of a difficult delivery. Now looking at the replay, it appears that umpire Rakesh Jain was adjudged accurately. That ball appeared to be drifting down the leg side. But again, that late swing that's being generated here by Mohsin Khan is something that has given the batters trouble. Full and attempting to cut, maybe a little too close and a little too full to cut that on that occasion. And it just chops off the under edge, trickles through to the keeper for no run. So the first ball of this over went for 4. The next 3 balls, all bowled much fuller, have been much more successful in terms of keeping the batters quiet. So only 2 balls now remaining here in the 13th over. Ajit Jayasinghe 6 from 11, Santosh Pandey 2 from 3. Full good defended back down the wicket. That front foot comes sort of awkwardly forward and defending it back down the wicket. So 4 dot balls on the trot. 1 to go here in the 13th rather. And nice ray of sunshine coming now across the field. Oh, defended this last ball back on the back foot. Oh, look at this. This is a no ball. No ball signaled by umpire Rakesh Jain. And we will have our first free hit of the game. So the first no ball and the first free hit coming up. So what was supposed to be the end of the over with a dot ball will now result in a free hit.
Excuse me, sir. Do you want me to move the camera a little like that, do you think? From there? Oh, it's right here? Right there, right? Can't move it.
Here is the last delivery, which is a free hit. That's going to be a wide, and it judged accurately as a wide. So another free hit to be coming up here. 30 for 2 the score. 2 runs have been gifted thus far in this over, courtesy of a wide and a no ball, and this will still be a free hit. So the last ball coming up, Mohsin Khan will actually have to bring it much closer to the batter. Jayasinghe is the batter on strike, who is here looking now to close things out with the free hit. And I'm not sure exactly what the conference is. Captain Kuldeep Patel, it appears, is now speaking to the umpires. The umpires are now having a conference. So we'll figure out exactly what's going on here shortly. But at the end of all of that, there still is a final delivery of this over to be bowled, and that delivery will be a free hit, or will continue to be a free hit, will be the last ball of the over. Of course, we've attempted the last ball of the over now 3 times. This will be the 3rd time. 1 was a no ball, and the 3rd was a wide. So 30 for 2 the score with 1 ball remaining. So umpire Rakesh Jain signaling both that last delivery was a wide and that it continues to be a free hit. Here's Mohsin Khan. Big swing and a miss outside off stump, and at the end of all of that, a dot ball after the 2 extras. And now at the end of 13, the score is 30 for 2. 30 for 2 the score. We are 13 overs in, so only 2 overs remaining here in the first power play. And the captain himself will take up the bowling from the south end, from the highway end. Kuldeep Patel, experienced campaigner. He's played his cricket for years here in the Houston area, playing for the mighty Houston India Cricket Club, club against which I personally have really, really bad memories. One of the best clubs in the league for a very long time. And these days, Kuldeep is not only an experienced player, has bowled a decent, in fact, an aggressive amount of pace in his younger days. These days, I was actually very surprised to see that the score sheet said Kuldeep Patel off spinner, because I know Kuldeep as a very aggressive fast bowler, and he has both the pace, or used to have both the pace and the mentality of a fast bowler. But apparently he's now a spinner, which is not uncommon for somebody who is somewhere around the same age range as I am. Tossed up nicely and driven down to long off for a single. Kuldeep, again in his younger days, played for Team USA for a while, and then again played for several years here, and has played for several years here in the Houston area. He's also a member of management in the Austin setup, the Austin Athletics, in the minor league cricket system. So really well-known and experienced cricketer all around. Short outside off stump and punch into the covers for no run. Kuldeep also, it must be said, has one of the more well-known children. In fact, you really can't call him a child anymore. Karan Patel is the son of Kuldeep Patel. Karan Patel played here in the Houston area for several years as a youngster. But as he grew up, he started becoming more and more proficient at the sport of baseball. And this ball is punched into the covers. It's going to run away for 4. It's a good looking shot. Maybe a little too short and too wide on that occasion by Kuldeep. And the ball cut away for 4. But as I was saying, Kuldeep's son Karan played for years in the cricket league here, but ultimately found out that he liked baseball more to his liking, and continued to play baseball and got much and much better at it, and is now a pitcher in the Chicago White Sox organization. So a tremendous amount of pride, obviously by Kuldeep, because his son is a professional baseball player. But those of us who knew both of them and have known both of them for the years that we've known them here in the Houston area are really, really proud of Karan. So that last delivery by Kuldeep was adjudged wide. Still 1 ball to go, actually. Yeah, 2 balls to go here in the 14th, and defended into the covers on this occasion. So 1 ball to go. .35 for 2 the score. 36 for 2 the score. Last ball. Driven into the cover as a diving attempt by the cover fielder is not successful. The sweeper out there on the offside cleans up. And at the end of 14, the score is 37 for 2. 37 for 2 the score after 14. The new bowler bowling from the Forest end is Farhan Hamid. This is the final over of the first power play, and I suspect that we will have a quick drinks break after this over. Farhan Hamid is a right-handed leg spinner. Played at the college level for several years, and now good delivery, tossed up outside off stump. Signaling now is the batter. That would be Ajit Jayasinghe. I think he's signaling for a cap. Potentially being told by the umpire that he has to wait until the end of the over. Outside off. Not given as wide. I think Jayasinghe was looking for that to be a judge wide, but umpire says it's nothing but just a dot ball. So 2 dot balls to start here in the 15th. Another tossed up delivery, and he's backing away from that delivery for some reason. Is Ajit Jayasinghe. You would think that he would want to put that front foot more down towards the line of the ball, but he backed away on that occasion, poking at it tentatively and missed. So 3 dot balls to start here by Farhan Hamid. Back cutting away down to backward point, deep backward point. There's a fielder down there, placed apparently there just for that shot. And so a single on that occasion, and the ball goes down to that deep fielder, backward square or backward point. 2 balls remaining here in the 15th over, which is also again remaining in the fourth power play, or the first rather power play. Tossed up in the air and defended to backward point. That's inside the circle, so no run. 1 ball remaining. .38 for 2 in the power play. I think the East would have wanted to score a few more runs than that, but they have been facing some pretty tight bowling here by the South, and that's a beautiful delivery. Drawing the batter forward, and he pokes at this one. The leg spinner turns away from the outside edge of the bat, and that makes it the end of the 15th over. At the end of 15, the score is 38 for 2. A short water break, I believe, is coming up. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex. We are watching the Masters Cricket USA Zonal 22 tournament. This tournament is being played here in Prairie View and about maybe 70 or so miles to our southeast or east-southeast in Pearland, Texas. Today's game here that we're watching is between the East Central Zone or East Central Club and the South Club. South won the toss and decided to bowl first. 2 quick wickets and 38 runs scored in the first power play. So at the end of that first power play, and that first power play again, the first 15 overs of the innings, we're set for a 45 over match. So 1/3 of the innings effectively has already been bowled, and the score is 38 for 2. The batters are Ajit Jaisinghya, who is on 12 from 21, and Santosh Pandey, 3 from 6. Good miserly bowling so far from the south. Humayun Bashir, 5 overs bowled. Syed Chanawaz and Mohsin Khan, 4 overs each. And then the spinners have come on in the last couple of overs. Kuldeep Patel and Farhan Hamid, each with 1 over bowled. And the bowling to be continued here from the south end, from the highway end. Bowler is going to be again Kuldeep Patel. I mentioned a relatively sedate start here by the East Central Club. The score 38 for 2 only translates to a run rate of about 2.53 runs per over. In this version of cricket, you would expect, particularly during the first power play, that the run rate would be much higher than that, probably closer to 6 or 7 runs and over, with the field spread. But the East has started out very slowly here, and this first ball outside off, an attempted drive here by Jaisinghya, misses the drive, and the ball goes through to the keeper for a dot ball. Ball is tossed up and driven. Oh, good diving stop there by that fielder at short mid-off. Hard to see who that fielder is from here. It looks like it was Jam Niaz Ali. I'm not sure. It's kind of hard to tell from this far, but a good piece of fielding. Of course, we're playing all the players are 50 years of older, so anybody who is diving and throwing his body around, number 1 is admired by the rest of us, and then number 2 is taking a bit of a chance because the body just doesn't work the way that it used to when we were younger. Another nicely tossed up delivery. This time it's clipped down to mid-wicket for a single. Here in the second power play, there is a maximum of 4 fielders allowed outside the circle. South is not using anything near to that many fielders outside the circle. In fact, I misspoke. There are actually 4 fielders outside the circle. Quicker and flatter through the air that time by Kuldeep Patel. So the fielders in the deep outside the circle are a deep mid-wicket, mid-off and mid-on, about halfway between the 30-yard circle and the boundary, and then a sweeper genuinely sweeping on the offside. So those are the 4 fielders outside the circle. The last delivery here slapped down to that fielder sweeping on the offside for a single. So at the end of 16, score is now 40 for 2. We'll be right back. Farhan Ahmed to continue bowling leg spinning delivery. Oh, I'll tell you what. A big swipe and a miss and an attempted stumping is unsuccessful, but more importantly, the keeper was very, very close to taking that ball in front of the stumps. He may have to watch that, because obviously if you take the ball in front of the stumps, that's automatically a no ball. Oh, great delivery again, turning away from the right-hander. Good leg spinner in any form of cricket is an asset, but particularly when the wicket is offering as much turn as this one appears to be. A really, really potentially dangerous situation here for the batters. And of course, you'd expect with the ball turning that much that there would be a slip fielder, and there is a slip fielder in that position. Oh, and this ball, attempted cut, is missed by Jayasinghe. Actually, no, by Pandey. Pandey is one on strike. So 3 straight dot balls here to start the 17th over. And that run rate ever inching downward. It's now 2.42. Tossed up delivery and clipped to mid wicket, no run. 4 dot balls on the trot now. 40 for 2 the score. We are in the 17th over of the innings. Again, we're set for 45 overs. Tossed up and served over the top of the covers. It's going to be 1. Do they get 2? Yes, they come back for 2. The throw coming into the strikers, or non-strikers end rather. Not in time, so they run through for 2 runs. Oh, 1 short is being signaled here by umpire umpire Rakesh Jain. So all of that effort, and they make.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There is definitely, it's hard enough to sprint quick singles or quick runs between the wickets at the age that these players are. But to commit the cardinal sin of not grounding your bat behind the crease is something that can't be forgiven. And this ball is punched into the covers. So 1 run from that over should have been 2, but the short run means that that total is cut by half. And so at the end of 17, 2 very miserly overs to start the second power play. 2 runs from the 16th, 1 from the 17th. 41 for 2 the score. Kuldeep Patel continuing. Tossed up delivery and defended into the covers. They do not take a single. Sort of a yes-no situation there, but ultimately decide against trying to take that single. Dot ball to start things here in the 18th rather. Fielders outside the circle again are at mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on, and sweeper cover. And this is defended with an angled bat. Oh, the ball turning into the right-handed batter. He may not want to defend that ball with an angled bat. Every chance that ball could evade the inside edge and go onto the stumps. But he gets away with it on this occasion. So 2 dot balls to start the 18th. Kuldeep Patel again. Tossed up delivery, big swipe and a miss. Oh, attempted stumping there, and appeal. Square leg umpire Rakesh Jain says no. 3 first 3 balls have now yielded no runs. The first 2 overs and 3 balls have yielded 3 runs. So a really, really quiet start here in the second power play. And Kuldeep Patel delivering this ball from a little bit further back, almost behind the stumps on that occasion. Another dot ball. Tossed up. Oh, a late cut that was in the air but wide of the fielder at slip. They'll get 2. As the fielder is going to have to run around from sort of a backward point position, run down to that third man boundary. 2 runs more to the total. 1 ball remaining, I believe, here in the 18th. And nope, is that the end of the over? Yep, end of the over.
1 ball is remaining. Hello, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, it is. It's 1. Yep, 1 ball remaining. For the 3 for 2 score with 1 ball remaining. So slip fielder now goes a little wider. If he were standing in that position 1 ball ago, he could have taken a catch. The ball would have come straight to him at catchable height. So Kuldeep Patel changing the field just that little bit, and now delivering the last ball of the over. Defended towards the covers for no run. So that's the end of the 18th over. At the end of 18, the score is 4-3 for 2. Four to 3 for 2, and the spin twins continue here for the South Club. Kuldeep Patel and Farhan Hamid. This is driven into the deep. They get 1. I'm sure that's all they'll get, as the fielder running around from mid-on was pretty quick, jumping onto that delivery or into that ball and driving it really against the spin, because that ball is turning away from him. But no harm, no foul, as they say, and a single down to deep mid-on. Now this ball is punched into the covers for no run. Farhan Ahmed bowling, I think, with good accuracy. And this is tossed up and a big swipe across, looking to sweep that one down to backward square leg. And just a thick inside edge, runs down to backward square leg for a single. So you get the sense that the East Central rather wants to start putting a little bit of, injecting a little bit of urgency into this innings. Things have dragged on for a while. The run rate still, in the air, catchable height, but through to extra cover. The fielder deep on the boundary, sort of at a wide mid-on position, gets a single. So 3 straight singles here to start the third, or to start the 19th. We'll double check the score here shortly. I have 47 for 2. That may not be accurate. Defended for no run. Looking to pull this down the leg side, just missed. And again, the ball goes down the leg side. You are allowed one of those deliveries before it's adjudged a wide. And so, because that was the first ball that went down the leg side, it's not adjudged a wide. And so that means that at the end of the over, the score is 46 for 2. 46 for 2. Kuldeep Patel to continue. This will be his 5th over. defending off. Actually, this will be his 4th over. And he's bowling to Santosh Pandey. Santosh Pandey defending that first ball for no run. Now the delivery that's tossed up and it's lofted in the air. That's a beautiful inside-out shot and goes all the way for 4. It's a good-looking shot there. 2 fielders in the deep. There's a mid-off about 2/3 of the way to the boundary, and there's a sweeper cover. But that ball was lofted in between both of those fielders. Beautifully bisected that space, and no one there to cut that ball off, so it goes away for 4. So the 50 is now up for the East Central. Ajit Jaisinghe and Santosh Pandey, the 2 batters at the crease, and this ball is slapped in the air straight to backward point for a wicket. Could not keep that ball down, Santosh Pandey, looking to sort of get the scoreboard ticking, and only succeeds in lofting a pretty straightforward catch to that fielder at backward point. So the 3rd wicket goes down. And at the end of his stay at the crease, Pandey 11 from 19. His day at the crease is done.
Next deliver.
And the new batter going in appears to be Ali. Ali Damani will be the new batter. The
That's the guy. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
So the batters are now Ali Damani, who is the new batter, who is now coming in to be on strike, and his partner, who has been there for some 37 deliveries, Ajit Jaisinghe, is 16 not out. Kuldeep Patel takes the wicket. Score for the East Central club is now 50 for 3. So, in the spirit of continuing to monitor the weather conditions, the sun was out a few minutes ago. It is now, as Dave, my partner here in the commentary area who is scoring, appears to be much colder than I am. And a good stiff wind is now coming from our southeast, coming from over our right shoulder. As you look at your screen, the weather or the wind is coming probably from the bottom right corner of your screen. A pretty stiff wind, and the temperature is probably low 60s Fahrenheit, and it feels like the wind is blowing the rain back in this direction. Just looking over our shoulder to the southeast, it's pretty overcast and dark. Tossed up delivery, the second to Ali Damani, defends it to mid wicket. So 2 balls faced by Damani, has not scored off either one. Now Kuldeep Patel is going to be bowling his last ball of the 20th over. Tossed up, looking for a quick single, not there. And so at the end of 20, a successful one for the South and Kuldeep Patel. Captain takes a wicket to dismiss a partnership that was really starting to blossom a little bit in the context of this game. But the East Central club gets pulled back with that wicket, and the score is now 50 for 3. Swept away. Farhan Ahmed continuing, and this first ball is a little bit too straight and swept away powerfully down the leg side for 4. It's a great shot by Ajit Bhaskar, by Ajit Jayasinghe. So to start the 21st over, that's a lovely looking shot. A little too straight again by Farhan Ahmed. And it was pounced on by Ajit Jayasinghe. Runs away for 4. Just looking at the replay here, yeah, very, very straight. Well down the leg side, and any batter will have no trouble putting away that ball. Of course, you lose your advantage as a leg spinner if you start the ball too straight. And this ball was started well down the leg side. Gets 4 from it, but, you know, Farhan Ahmed fixes things in terms of the line of the ball. That next delivery is where it should be, on the line of off stump. So a dot ball for the second ball of the over, and this one again on that same line. A little too short on this occasion though, and it's chopped behind square for a single. So we are slowly approaching the halfway point of this innings. Again, we're scheduled for 45 over match. I don't know that we will get a full 90 overs in today, simply because of the conditions that I think at some point will be interrupted by the rain. Ali Damani will now be on strike. He will be facing his first ball from Farhan Ahmed. Oh, defended off the outer edge of the bat. Sort of lobs up just in the air for a quick second to maybe keep that fielder at slip interested, but falling well short of him in the end. .55 for 3 the score, with 2 balls remaining here in the 21st over. Farhan Ahmed having bowled, this is now his 4th over, so 2 balls remaining in his 4th. Short cut to backward point, quick throw down to the keeper, not really on line, but even if it was straight, I think they were safe in having gotten through for that single. So 1 run coming from the 5th, the penultimate ball of the over. And now the last ball of the over will be faced by Ajit Jayasinghe. Oh, looking to pull this ball, not quite short enough to pull, and I think it lobs up off of his pad. The run through for single, and then yes, umpire Rakesh Jain signaling the leg by. So a leg by to end things out here in the 21st. 7 runs coming from that over. So at the end of 21, the score is 57 for 3. .57 for 3 the score. 21 overs bowled. Kuldeep Patel to continue from the highway end. This ball is cut. Oh, cut right through that fielder at backward point. Should have been no runs. Ends up giving up 2 because the fielder who was sweeping on the boundary was a little too square, or at least maybe a little too straight. He had to run maybe some 15 or so yards to his left, and by the time he got there, 2 runs were scored. So 2 runs to start here in the 22nd over. Outside off, attempted cut, again is missed. Kuldeep Patel into his 5th over. Tossed up and swept away behind square. That's going to run away for 4, I believe. Yep. Running away. Kuldeep sort of admonishing himself. I think he knows that he got that one just a little too straight. And pouncing on that delivery was Ajith Jayasinghe. 63 for 3 now the score. In terms of what we expect for the overall final score to be in this innings, it's kind of hard to tell because the normal rules that would apply, where you're sort of looking to see whether or not the players can accelerate towards the end and put a competitive score on the board. If you think each team bats for 45 overs, so that would be 270 balls. A run a ball obviously gets them to 270. And if you think of that as sort of a target, then they have a long way to go here, the East Central team, to get to anything close to that total. Based on how they've started, I would think a more realistic target would be somewhere around 170, 180. We'll see how far they can get to that. But good tight bowling here by the South. And this ball is cut to the fielder, again at backward point. No run. 2 more dot balls. And 1 ball remaining here in the 22nd over. The batter is Ajith Jayasinghe, and Kuldeep Patel about to finish his 5th. Here's that last ball. Tossed up nicely, and an attempted drive is missed. So a dot ball to end things here in the 22nd. 63 for 3 is the score. Ajith Jayasinghe 27 from 45 and 46 rather. And Ali Damani 1 from 5. Six to 3 for 3. The score. Ayaz Jayasinghe Ajith Jayasinghe on 27 from 47, and Ali Damani is 1 from 5. The new bowler is Ayaz Sheikh. Ayaz, a leg spinner, good tossed up delivery, gives it, based on the first couple of deliveries we've seen here, a decent amount of flight. He starts his spell with 2 dot balls, which is always going to be a very precious commodity in any form of cricket. Make that 3 dot balls as the batter Ali Damani looking a little bit unsure as to how to deal with this flight. This ball is a little too wide, in fact not signal a wide. So outside off and no shot offered, so another dot ball. And he's working very quickly here. He has 5 dot balls on the trot as this ball is defended awkwardly in front of the wicket. So he's working very, very quickly, and you know, the typical amount of time for an entire over to be bowled by a spinner is usually somewhere around 2 to 3 minutes, but he is bowling much more quickly than that. Here is the last ball, pushed through a little bit, defended to that fielder. It slipped. 6 balls. That over was completed in under a minute, it feels like. And at the end of the 23rd over, a maiden bowled, and the score is 63 for 3. Zubair. 63 for 3, and here now is the experienced campaigner in the South team, Zubair Hussain, or Hussain Zubair, one of the more well-known cricketers here in Texas. But his cricket in Texas has only happened in the last few years. Before that, he played first-class cricket in Pakistan, where he's from. Just a tremendous cricketer. Personally, I've known Hussain Zubair for probably 20 or so years. He himself is a brilliant cricketer. His sons, Basit Zubair and Majid Zubair, are both brilliant young cricketers in their own. Well, Basit is not exactly young anymore. It's probably 30 or so by now. But Majid, somewhere around 20 or so years old, and always in and around in the reckoning for a spot on the national side. Zubair a little bit older than both those two, but no less effective. A brilliant off-spinner, very experienced, miserly, and a good middle-order bat at the same time. So in all that talking about Zubair, we've missed the fact that he's just bowled 4 dot balls on the trot to start his first over. Oh, check that. He conceded 1 run. So I'm glad I have somebody here to keep me in check. And another ball is punched into the covers and a quick single taken. So 2 runs so far here from Zubair Hussain's first over, with 1 ball to come. The score is 65 for 3. Pushed through a little bit more quickly, and another quick single taken. So 3 singles taken from Zubair's first over. In the context of the game, it actually counts as an expensive over, because the overall run rate is only around 2.75, but you'll take 3 runs in an over from your spinner any day of the week. So good over overall. One over bowled by Hussain Zubair. 66 for 3 the score. 24 run. Ayaz Sheikh to continue bowling from the forest end. He's bowled 1 over so far. He's bowled 1 over that took place again in about a minute. It was a maiden. And he will be bowling to Ajith Jayasinghe. So we're more than halfway through the innings. 24 overs bowled. About to start the 25th. So after this over, we have 20 overs remaining. And if you think 20 overs, if you wanted to treat it like a T20 where they go around or run a ball, that would still only get them to somewhere around 180, 185. And 6 overs or 6 runs and over, run a ball, would represent more than double the scoring rate at which they're scoring right now. So I think the East Central team has some work to do here to get to a manageable total. Looking to pull down the leg side, and he's bowled him. That ball was too full and too straight to attempt a pull, but the attempted pull shot was missed. Not surprising. Again, that ball hitting the top of middle and leg, way too straight and way too full to be attempting a cross-batted shot. Ajith Jayasinghe paying the ultimate price for playing a shot that was very ill-advised. Again, given the fact that the ball was so full, it's not a shot that you'd want to be playing under those circumstances. And so he loses his leg stump rather, and he walks off after sticking around for a long time and putting a decent total, to be fair, on the board, but misses. And at the end of his innings, the score is now 66 for 4.
Score 66 for 4. 66 4.
The new batter coming in for East Central is Adnan Beg. Adnan Beg is get some information about Mr. Beg shortly. Looking to take guard. He appears to be a right-handed batter. So very good spin bowling here by the South ever since they turned exclusively to spin about 10 or so overs ago. The scoring has dried up for the most part. There have been a couple of boundaries here or there, but for the most part, the bowling has been extremely effective, extremely miserly. And then a couple of wickets have pegged back the East Central side. 66 for 4, the overall score. The batters, Adnan Beg yet to face, and Ali Damani 2 from 14 faced. So again, the East Central side is going to have some work to do here to get caught up. And as I say that, it appears that it again is getting more and more cloudy, and that strong breeze, even though you can see sun across the ground looking over our shoulder where the wind is coming from, the clouds in that direction appear to be very threatening. So we'll continue to see how much cricket we'll get here. I doubt, as I said earlier, that we'll get a full 90 overs because of the presence of that rain. First delivery to Adnan Beg is a dot ball. He defends on the front foot for no run. Ayaz Sheikh bowling is slowing things down a little bit as compared to the pace at which he was bowling in the first over. Very tossed up. Oh, look at that beautifully spinning delivery. That leg spinner, genuine leg spinner, and turning away from the right-handed Beg. Good piece of keeping by the South keeper. That's Syed Shafiq Ali. And this next delivery is punched into sort of a short mid-on position for no run. So runs really drying up here. And at the end of a very successful over, no runs from that over and the wicket. So Ayaz Sheikh has bowled 2 overs so far, has not yet conceded any runs, and has taken a wicket. So truly creditable start to his account. And the East Central rather, is continuing to find scoring difficult as the South continues to turn the screws. 66 for 4 the score. Zubair Hussain continuing from the highway end. First delivery is punched into the covers for no run, and this next delivery a lot quicker and flatter, and also defended into the covers for no run. So the runs really have dried up here. That is now 8 dot balls in a row. Tossed up by Zubair Hussain and defended in front of the stumps. Syed Shafiq Ali with the gloves off to retrieve that delivery. So 3 dot balls to start Zubair's second over. 9 dot balls in a row. 1 wicket fallen in the last 9 balls and no runs scored. So the brakes really being applied here by the South, and this ball is defended back to Zubair Hussain himself. 2 balls remaining in the 26th over. Always good to see the umpires communicating with each other. Umpire Naveed Siddiqui holding up those 2 fingers to his partner. Tossed up nicely again. So 1 ball remaining. The last 3 overs thus far have included, assuming that this is a dot ball, and I believe it's about to be, nope, whipped away to mid-wicket for a single. No, it's going to be a double. As Humayun Bashir running around from deep mid-wicket, fielding down on the boundary. So 2 runs from that last delivery. So 5 runs total in the last 3 overs. The run rate is 2.62. So 68 for 4, 2.62 runs and over. Really not nearly enough runs to really pose a challenging total. It does not appear. Anything can happen in this game, but I would say that the East Central club is really going to have to start looking more aggressive here and looking to put some more runs on the board, because 68 for 4 at the end of 26 does not appear to be something that would pose a lot of trouble to the South when they're able to chase later on in this game. And you really would think that East Central will want to make sure that they put at least another 100 runs would be wonderful. I don't know if they can get that far, but at least another 80 or so runs on the board to at least attempt to make this a competitive first inning score. But the spin attack, really, really effective spin attack being deployed here by the South. This is Ayaz Sheikh to continue with his third over, and he started out really, really beautifully. First 2 overs have gone for 0 runs, and the first 2 balls of his third over. Again, the East Central has not been able to score off of him. Three dot balls on the trot to start this third over here for Ayaz Sheikh. The batter is Adnan Beg. Just as a reminder, we're still in the second power play, and you are allowed a maximum of 4 fielders outside the circle. Those fielders are deep backward square leg. It's tossed up. Oh, look at that bounce. Oh, tremendous amount of bounce. They run through for a bye. Boy, that bounce came out of nowhere, it seemed like. Yep, there's the bye signaled by umpire Rakesh Jain. Not sure exactly where that bounce came from. That almost took the keeper by surprise, Syed Shafiq. And at the end of, well, actually, no, 2 more balls remaining in the 27th over. I was saying the fielders outside the circle, you're allowed up to 4. The fielders outside are deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket, and long off, who is about a third of the way in from the boundary, and long on, who is back on the boundary. So those are the 4 fielders outside the circle. Ayaz Sheikh, quicker and flatter, and through the air, pushed into the covers for no run. Still no run scored off of the bat for the East Central off of Ayaz Sheikh. And the last ball to be bowled in this, the 27th over. The score is 69 for 4. Tossed up, just teasingly asking him to play a rash shot, but he does not take the bait, does Ali Damani. So only a dot ball to end things. He now, Ayaz Sheikh has bowled 3 overs. 3 overs, no run scored off the bat. The only run that he's conceded was a bye. So a truly miserly start here by Ayaz Sheikh. Score 69 for 4. The overall run rate down to 2.56 runs and over. Zubair Hussain to continue. This ball is driven into the covers for no run. As I mentioned, the spinners from the south are really putting the screws on the East Central side. And bear in mind, after the 30th over, we're now into the 28th. After the 30th over, this ball is hit in the air straight enough, and it's going to run away for 4. So a bit of respite here from the East Central side as this ball is struck straight down the ground in between the fielders at mid-on and or long on and long off. 4 more runs to the total. As I was saying, after the 30th over, then the South, if they choose to do it, can have an even more defensive field, because after that, in the third power play, you're allowed to have up to 5 fielders outside the circle. So Zubair Hussain tossed up again, and this ball is slapped. Oh, good piece of fielding there by the fielder, short mid-wicket, and throws back to the keeper's end while he was on the ground. That's not very easy to do, again, particularly for somebody at the age that these guys are. Hussain again tossed up very nicely and defended by Adnan Beg. Another dot ball. I believe this will be the last ball of the over. Fired through a lot more quickly that time, Zubair Hussain. I was wrong. This should be the last ball of the over coming up. 7-3 for 4 is the score. Tossed up and punched to mid-wicket. No run. And that is the end of the over. So at the end of 28, 7-3 for 4 is the score. Adnan Beg is 4 from 12. And Ali Damani 4 from 22. Another 17 overs to go after this one. The 30 or the 29th about to start. And it will be bowled by Ayaz Sheikh. Seven to 3 for 4. Ayaz Sheikh continuing bowling from the forest end. Starts off with a dot ball. Oh, look at that. Again, really good. 1 run scored. Check that. So really good bowling here from Ayaz Sheikh. You see him toss that ball up, asking the batter to come forward. Ali Beg on that occasion reaching forward and defending, and it takes the outside edge. So that line that he's bowling is a really good line. You would also think that as you get close to the end of the over and the teams are looking to, or the East will be looking to attack, having a good leg spinner or 2 in the lineup, which the South does, is a really good advantage. This one pushed through a little bit more quickly. Defended for no run. 74 for 4. 3 balls remaining here in the 29th. Ayaz Sheikh would be in the middle of his 4th over, and this is tossed up and left alone outside off stump. One wicket and 1 run conceded from Ayaz Sheikh. Unbelievable spell on his part. Really good bowling. Solid leg spinner, it looks like. Gets through another successful over. And at the end of the 29th, the score is 74 for 4.
Sir, next over दिन होगा.
74 for 4 the score. Batters are Adnan Beg, 4 from 18. Ali Damani, 5 from 23. This is now the last over before the end of the second power play. It's being bowled by Zubair Hussain. Hussain Zubair.
Coming.
This is glanced down the leg side. They run through for 1. They should get 2.
70.
Oh, those are buys. So it's down the leg side. I mentioned that it was a glance, but apparently not a glance. Buys given. So I mentioned earlier, balls that typically would be called a wide. For the first time in the over that such a ball is delivered, it is not adjudged a wide. If that same ball is delivered again towards in the same over, then it will be adjudged a wide. And this ball is wrapped on the pad, appeal for LBW. Umpire Rakesh Jain not interested, and on this occasion signals a leg by. So 2 runs from the penultimate ball, and this ball was just for a single. So 3 runs more to the total so far. 77 for 4 thus far. And 3 balls remaining now until the end of the second power play. We're joined here by royalty, Mr. Arun Vitala. Struck into the covers for a dot ball, not far enough away to be able to get any runs. So another dot ball, 2 balls remaining here in the 30th. Last ball remaining in the 30th as I struggle to keep up with all the moving parts. Tossed up nicely and struck just over the head of Zabir Hussain, reaching, almost able to get that return catch, but not succeeding in the end. So single down to long off to close things out for the in the 30th. So at the end of 30th, the end of 30, the end of the power play, the second power play is up. 77 for 4 the score. 78 with that last single. So we will take a quick break to refresh ourselves, and we will be right back. Welcome back to Prairie View, where the temperature has maintained its level of around 62 or so degrees. A good stiff wind coming in from the southeast.
Sir, can you tell me bowler name?
It appears that Ayaz Sheikh will continue the bowling from the north end, the forest end. East Central is struggling at 78 for 4. They're scoring at a rate of 2.6 runs per over. And in the last 15, I suspect that they're going to have to do a fair amount of making up here to get to what we would hope would be a competitive total. So a run a ball from here gets them to 168. 168 is not horrible, but it's not necessarily a very challenging total. But again, as a reminder, to get to a run a ball from here, they would need to go at more than twice the rate at which they're scoring right now. This ball is slapped into the covers, and the cover fielder has no idea where the ball is, and they end up getting 2 runs. That should have been a dot ball, but a misfield and then absolutely losing track of that ball allowed the fielder to concede 2 runs. So the 31st over starts with 2 runs, and that those 2 runs scored have been more than double the runs that have been conceded so far from Ayaz Sheikh. He's bowled really, really well. Good positive leg spinner, mix things up, toss some balls up, push some through, being really able to control the East Central side. And this ball is tossed up again outside off stump, and the batter Adnan Beg allowing it to go through to the keeper. Defending just in front of the keeper again. So 2 runs to start the 31st over, but then 2 good dot balls. Scoring really has not been at any one point, you could say, consistent from the East Central club. Oh, and an appeal for looking to come down the wicket and go big over the onside. That leg spinner turns away from him and presents a really simple stumping. Really quick work there by Sai Shafiq Ali with the gloves. Another wicket goes down. Stump. Adnan Beg is the batter who is out. Quick piece of stumping. Good piece of work here by Sai Shafiq Ali. And the 5th wicket goes down. Scoring now 80 for 5. 80 for 5 the score here at Prairie View. The new batter is Dwalant, or we'll call him JV Vakil. JV Vakil, right-handed batter, facing up to a really miserly Ayaz Sheikh. This ball is pulled into the square leg region. They got 1. Do they come back for 2? Yes, they do come back for 2. Throw coming into the non-strikers end. 2 runs to the total. This is really good stuff, bowling here from the east, or from the south rather. Ayaz Sheikh into his 5th over. Truly miserly spell being bowled by him. 1 ball remaining here in his 5th. Oh, this is going to be a wide. Definitely a judge a wide. Well outside off stump. Looking to sort of toss that carrot out there, tossing it up in the air. But certainly a judge a wide. Now, you'll also notice that the 2 fielders straight in the deep, long on and long off, are all the way back on the boundary simply because the wind, that strong wind, is coming from the south. The wind is coming from, as you look at the screen, it's coming from behind us. So anything in the air going in that direction you would expect would be challenging those long boundaries out there. So quick single here to end the 31st over. 5 runs coming from that over, a successful over that results in a wicket. So at the end of 31, score is 84 for 5.
You ready to continue?
Yeah. So man, good seeing you. $84 for 5 the score. Again, the East lost the toss and were asked to bat by the South. Kuldeep Patel, captain, putting the East into bat. 84 for 5. By comparison, and I mentioned that there's tournament is taking place in 2 places, here in Prairie View and also southeast of here in Pearland, Texas at Moosa Stadium. In that game at Moosa, the game is being played between the North and the West. In that game, the North is batting. They're in the 30th over, and the score there, excuse me, the North is 126 for 5. So that gives you a bit of a comparison. Of course, conditions will be different. You're obviously playing on a dirt wicket, so you expect that there will be some differences. From here, we're not sure how the pitch is playing and so on. But just to give you a perspective of how different things could be on the game being played at Moosa Stadium, the score is 126 for 5. So that gives you some comparison. And if you just ignore all the potential varieties between the 2 sets of conditions and just look at the raw score, you would be convinced in some ways to think that the East Central has some work to do here. Attempted pull down the leg side as Zubair Hussain continues bowling here from the south end. A single is taken. Score is 87 for 5. On strike is now Ali Damani. Zubair Hussain continues. Outside off, attempted cut is missed. So another dot ball. When this innings is finished, excuse me, and the East Central sits down and sort of recaps the way that things are, I think that they'll be very disappointed to see the number of dot balls that have been conceded. This ball is not a dot ball. It struck into the outfield, scrambled 2 quick runs as that fielder at mid-off runs around maybe some 5 or 10 yards to his left and is able to keep the damage down to a minimal 2 runs. 89 for 5 now the score, with 1 ball remaining here in the 32nd over. Very full and defended right back to Hussain Zubair for no runs. So 5 runs from the over. At the end of the over, 89 for 5 the score. We have Ali Damani, 8 from 29, and JV Vakil, 5 from 4. We'll be right back. Change of bowling from the Forest end as Farhan Hamid continues or resumes a different spell. Leg spinning right-hander. All of the bowlers have been miserly, and he is no exception. He's only conceded 4 runs from his, or 11 runs rather, from his 4 overs. Slapped in the air just over the top of that fielder at mid-wicket, or mid-off, let's call it extra cover. And 2 runs more to the total. Boy, the East Central club, you would think that they'd really want to start accelerating from here. It's hard to think of any circumstance short of absolutely bowling out the South that they'd be able to restrict them for anything less than, let's say, 160 or so runs, and they have some work to do to get to that sort of total. So 2 runs from the previous ball, now 1 run from this ball as it's punched into the outfielder for a single. 92 for 5 the score. As Farhan Ahmed continues. There appears to be more of a sense of urgency now to the East Central's innings, where they're looking to score off of every ball. And even balls that are not hit away necessarily very far, whereas earlier in the innings they appeared to just be dot balls. Now they're looking to sort of score off of every ball. And this is short and pulled away into the deep, but there's protection out there. That's Zubair Hussain, or Hussein Zubair, out there on the boundary, and gets it all the way back in just for a single. 2 balls remaining here in the 33rd over. 94 for 5 the score. And that is the end of the over. At the end of 34, 94 for 5 is the score. Again, checking in with what's going on down at Moosa. 30.1 overs have been bowled so far in that game, and they are 127 for 5. Looks like Parak is 4 from 10, and Babar is 23 from 26. So again, the game a little bit more high scoring than the one that we have going on here. And back to where we are here in Prairie View, the bowling will be continued from the highway end by Captain Kuldeep Patel. The wind has now picked up a little bit coming from the south. Again, it's always been steady from that direction, but it appears to be just a little bit stronger now. And you will see that umpire Rakesh Jain just replacing the stumps, or the bails on the top of the stumps, as they blew off of the stumps just a few minutes ago. But Kuldeep Patel continuing. The first ball here is a single. So we're getting to the business end of the innings at this point. So if the East Central club is going to really make this a challenging game, you'd think they have a fair amount of work to do from here. Oh, flatter and pushed through this time by Kuldeep, and its attempted cut shot is missed. Ali Damani the one on strike, and Kuldeep now working quickly in the air just for a moment there, but then knocked to backward point and deflected far enough for the batters to run through for a single. 96 for 5. Of course, if you're in a situation where you want to get through overs very quickly, then having to, in the air and caught at backward point, driving loosely away from his body on that occasion was J.V. Vakil, and then offered a simple chance to that fielder at backward point, and he made no mistake in completing that catch. So another wicket goes down Kuldeep Patel takes his second wicket of the day. 96 now for 6 the score as JV Vakil walks back after having only scored 10 from 10 balls. So that's the end of his day at the crease. Another wicket down and only 4 wickets now remaining for the East Central's innings to be wrapped up.
Fielders name?
.96 for 6 the score. Run rate, we've been saying it all along, but it's now 2.85. And while that does represent a slight improvement over the overall run rate for the innings, of course, you always expect that the run rate would increase toward the end of the innings. But here we are that overall the run rate is still less than 3 runs and over. And in the 50 or 45 over match rather, that I am afraid is not going to pose enough of a challenge. This ball is struck into the outfield. That's well struck actually. That might run away for 4. Close to the boundary and good piece of footwork down there. Keep things down to 2. I'll tell you what, good piece of work in the deep to stick that boot out by that fielder sweeping on the offside and to limit the damage to just 2 runs. Oh, they ran 3. Okay, my fault. So they did run 3 runs. So he limited the damage only by 1 run. Could have potentially have been 4, but this is slapped over the air of that fielder at mid-wicket down to the boundary. Humayun Bashir doing the fielding down there and limiting the damage to 1 run. So a few runs coming there, a bit of a flurry towards the end of that innings, but or the end of the over rather, but another successful over for the South. 6 runs total from it, and another wicket goes down. So the 100 is up here for the East Central. 100 for 6 is the score. The batters are Ali Damani, and the new batter is Himanshu. We'll get Himanshu's last name here shortly. Himanshu Patadia. So Himanshu scored a triple off of his first delivery face. So he's 3 from 1. And Ali Damani, 11 from 35. Oh, the first ball here in the 34th over results in a big hike across the line. Completely misses, and the leg stump is knocked back. So another wicket falls. Farhan Ahmed, the bowler on this occasion, tossed up very full Yorker length and playing completely across the line was the batter, Ali Damani, and his day now with the crease is done. He walks off after only having scored 11 from 36. Another wicket goes down. The score is now 100 for 7. The new batter going in is Kumar Devineni. As Ali Damani tried for a while but was not able to get much success with moving the score along. So 100 for 7 is the score. 34 overs completed. The first ball of the 35th over has resulted in another wicket. And right now the East Central may be in danger of not being able to bat out all of the overs.
100.
100. 100. 7.
Same.
And again, we continue to sort of keep an eye on what's going on down at Moosa Stadium. Score there, the North is 130 for 6. They are in the 32nd over. So we are a little bit further ahead of them in terms of pace of the innings. They are certainly ahead in terms of number of runs scored. They're 130 for 6, the North, as compared to here where the East Central is 100 for 7. So the first ball bowled to Kumar Devanini defend or leaves it alone outside off stump, but this next ball is punched down to backward square for a single. So the first run of the over so far, and unfortunately, I hate to say it, we feel a few raindrops coming from behind us to our south. The spinners would want to see if they can hurry up and either get through the rest of these overs or take the remaining 3 wickets, because unfortunately we may be facing an interruption for rain sometime soon. Defending this one in front of the wicket, no run. So the batter on this occasion was Himanshu Patadia. 2 relatively new batters at the crease. Himanshu's only faced 2, each have only faced 2 balls. Himanshu 3 and Kumar Devanini 1. 101 for 7 is the score. Good tossed up delivery, outside off stump. Very aggressive field set here. There's a fielder at slip and there's a fielder at short backward point. Very short. Almost like he's almost at a silly point position. And Farhan Ahmed continuing. Slapped in the air. Oh, just short of the fielder down there at the boundary and caught him in between. Wasn't sure whether that was Zubair Hussain. Not sure whether to come all the way in to try to take the catch or stay back and field it on the bounce. Ended up sort of trying to field it on a half volley, and that ball bounced and evaded him and runs away for 4. So that is the end of the over. 105 the score for 7 at the end of 35. So 10 overs remaining, and this will be Kuldeep Patel to continue bowling here from the south end, from the highway end. "35 overs bowled, 105 for 7 the score." So the run rate at this point is exactly, for the first time this innings, 3. And now it falls back under 3 as the first ball is a dot ball. Run rate now 2.99. Another 9 overs and 5 balls to be bowled. Kuldeep Patel continuing. Short, slapped in the air. There's a fielder down there on the boundary, sweeping on the offside. So just a single. And, the weather will be an issue all day, but at this very second, even though we did feel a few raindrops on our shoulders a couple of minutes ago, right now the outfield is bathed in sunshine. So hopefully we'll be able to continue in that stead, because, this fielder or these players have really come from a long way. Several of the players in the South team have driven in from Austin, as did I this morning, about 120 or so miles away. But, of course, the players rather, from the East Central team have all come in from various points in the South Coast. On the East Coast, anywhere from south in Florida all the way up to the New York area. This ball is a thick inside edge, runs down close to the boundary. They get 2 The throw coming back in from that position, and that's all they'll get is 2. They pull the choke switch. Again, I keep saying it, when we're playing, all the players are over 50 years old. The athletic exploits that these guys would have been comfortable in taking part in a few years ago are not quite as easy to come at this time. So what easily could have been 3 only results in 2 runs. So 2 balls remaining here in the 36th. Pushes this one through. Does Kuldeep Patel. Dot ball as he's looking to see if they're going to take any runs. They do not try to take him on. Of course, the ball did not necessarily get very far. So a dot ball to end things here in the 36th. Score is 109 for 7. $109 for 7. There are 9 overs remaining, in theory, unless the East Central side gets bowled out before that. And the person at this stage who is tasked with attempting to effect that eventuality is Mohsin Khan. Mohsin Khan has bowled so far 5 overs, all of them from the north end. He's bowled 4 overs. Check that. This is his 5th. Boy, I'm glad I have somebody keeping me on track here. 109 for 7 the score. Mohsin Khan from his 4 overs has only yielded 8 runs and taken 1 wicket. So again, just similar to all the other bowlers, has been very, very effective in restricting the runs. And here's looking now to effect an ending to the over, to the innings, and this is the first ball of the over results in a bang target being hit right in front, and umpire Naveed Siddiqui thinks about it and then raises that dreaded finger. So the 8th wicket goes down, very full and straight, and in looking at a replay here, it appears as though I think there's not a lot of complaint from where we are. He was playing across the line of that ball. He's looking to play that ball down to mid-wicket when he really should have been playing more with a straight bat. And even though if there was a complaint, it may have been that it was a little bit wide of the crease, so the ball coming in kind of wide. So his argument, the batter Himanshu, might have been that the ball could potentially have been slipping down leg. But I think he only has himself to blame for having played a cross-batted shot to ultimately what was a very straight ball. So the 8th wicket goes down. The score now 109 for 8. Himanshu Patadea walks back having scored. We'll get Himanshu's score shortly. And the new batter is Nasir Javid. Nasir Charlie. We know him here in this in this part of the country as Charlie. So back here in Prairie View, the score is 109 for 8. And I mentioned this young man earlier, and he just showed up out of nowhere, Mr. Karan Patel. Karan, you grew up playing cricket and baseball both. At some point decided there's more money in baseball than in cricket, and you're now a professional baseball player. Tell us a little bit about where you're going these days.
Yeah, I report for my spring training next week in Phoenix, Arizona. So just coming out and enjoying and watching the people that when I was growing up were the main group going through the ranks, and now they're coming out with the masters and watching them all compete.
Obviously, I've witnessed you playing cricket. Obviously, it's not very surprising that when you played in the outfield because you had the arm to throw the ball from long on to long on. But how much have you taken in your cricket career onto the baseball field? Is there a correlation between the two?
No, yeah, going through and finally seeing many coaches saying, hey, you have an ability to spin the ball differently, and it kind of came from bowling and being a pace bowler growing up, and that over-the-top action we have kind of translates into my baseball motion. So it kind of works out both ways. In cricket, I had a strong arm because of baseball, and in baseball, I have very good technique and mechanics through our bowling motion that we have.
So when you pitch, you're a power pitcher. These days, what is your fastest fastball clocking at?
Last year I topped out at 95 miles an hour, but now I've gotten this new trainer that's actually in Austin, and he's helping me try to reach 98, 99 by the end of this year. So we'll see how it goes towards come May, June, July, in the main months of the season.
So if you're playing in a cricket match, if you're an opening bowler in a cricket match, assuming it's a 50-over match, you'll bowl 5, 6, 7 overs, and then you go off, and then later on you come back maybe to bowl at the fifth. But when you're a starting pitcher in baseball, you give everything that you have for 80, 90, 100 pitches, and then you don't pitch again for several days, right? What's the difference like in between those two approaches?
I think the main difference is that the stamina is obviously the same, because both throughout the long periods of the game you have to be fit enough and strong enough to do what you do best. But I think the main difference is that in baseball you have that short break, so your goal is to get those 3 outs and sit down as fast as you can, to where you get a quick break and get back up there and you can be as explosive and as powerful. Well, in cricket, it's you bowl your 4 or 5 on the trot to start, and then you get 20 overs to think about how you did, and then you come back and you bowl a couple, and then in the death. So I think they're both very similar stamina-wise, but the breaks are a little bit different. So the faster you get off the field in baseball, the better. But you want to bowl longer in cricket, so there's a little bit of differences in that aspect. Because if you're bowling more and more on the trot, it means you're bowling well and you're helping your team. But in baseball, if you stay out there longer, it's not a good thing, because that means you're either you're getting people are hitting you around, or you're walking a lot of guys.
And final question for me: what does it feel like to be here at Prairie View, looking at your father, who I knew was a pace bowler? What does it feel like to see him coming in off of 3 steps bowling off spin?
No, it's awesome to see him able to compete at this age. I know he's not young, but he's not old, and I see him week in, week out on Sundays when I'm home perform at the highest level we have in Houston. And to see him come out here and do what he does best and what he loves, it's fun to watch, because he comes to watch me and see what I do best, and coming out here, and even on Sundays when I'm wicket keeping now, because I'm not allowed to be in the field, I get to get behind the stumps and witness what his greatness and how he does his off spin, quote unquote.
Quote unquote. I have to tell you, we are proud as hell of you. You've blossomed into a terrific athlete and an even better person. Really good seeing you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll talk. All right. So back to the action. Really good catching up with Karan Patel. Wonderful young man. And in the meantime, as we were speaking to him, one more wicket went down. So the score is now 116 for 9, if I'm not mistaken. 116 for 9. It really does appear that the East Central side is not going to be able to bat out the remaining, let's call it 5, 6 overs. I'll get rearranged or reacquainted with where we are in the innings shortly. But more to the point, 9 wickets are down. Charlie Javid walks back, only having scored, I believe, 2 runs. And the last pair is now at the wicket. Captain Rizwan Mohammed is the new batter, along with Kumar Devanini. Mohsen Khan is the bowler from the Forest End who took that last wicket. And so, again, the East Central side is in danger of not being able to bat out the entire its allotment of overs for this 45-over match. So Kuldeep Patel taking up, the father of the young man we were just speaking with, Karan Patel. Kuldeep taking up the attack again now from the south end, from the highway end. The score is 116 for 9. We are in the 38th over. Oh, another dot ball. 2 dot balls to start here. 116 for 9 the score. 38 overs up, or 37 overs up. So 8 remaining in theory, but again, unless a miracle happens, we don't think that the East Central side is even going to be able to bat the remaining overs. And this ball turns inside of an attempted poke here by Kumar Devaneni. Oh, appeal. Kuldeep Patel wanting to close things out, but not out, says umpire Rakesh Jain. Kuldeep Patel, of course, working very quickly. And again, considering that the weather will be a factor, he's trying to get through these overs as quickly as possible. This is going to be a single, just clipped to mid-wicket. 1 ball remaining here in the 38th. 1 ball remaining here in the 38th. Tossed up and defended into the covers for a single. So another single. So at the end of 38, the score is 118 for 9. $118 for 9 the score. The 39th over is about to be bowled, and it would be bowled by, it appears that Mohsen Khan will continue. It looks like it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Oh, appeal. Umpire Naveed Siddiqui is not interested. Good pace of delivery on that occasion, though, by Mohsen Khan. And wrapping the batter right on the pad just in front, maybe bouncing a little bit over, maybe bouncing over the top of leg stump. Run rate hovering around 3 for the last several overs. It's now 3.09. Oh, good, quick lifting delivery. Matter of fact, a good piece of keeping, too, because the keeper, Syed Shafiq Ali, is actually keeping up to the stumps to the pace bowler, which in and of itself is hard to do. But then to collect the ball and then attempt the stumping at the same time, that's really a good piece of glove work. So 118 for 9 is the score. I think from the most part, we're in the 39th over. is there a chance that the East Central can actually stretch this into the 40th over? I'm not sure. They're appealing, and the umpire Naveed Siddiqui again says not out on that appeal for LBW. But at this point, I think a moral victory for the East Central side would be if they were to stretch this game at least to the end of the allotted 45 overs, because I think they're far from posting a total that will be challenging. And this is in the air, and it's going to land safely. A couple of bounces, and that fielder down at mid-on runs around and collects. So 1 run to the total. 119 for 9. And again, thinking in terms of what would be a total that would at least make the South have to work, I would think that they'd want to get something in the neighborhood of 150, but that feels like it's a little far away. This is dropped down to short backward square leg and another single taken. So a good couple of runs taken here. This last pair, I think, will be looking to do anything that they can to just keep the scoreboard ticking and sort of delay, maybe not the inevitable, but delay the ultimate thing that they don't want to have happen, which is getting bowled out short of having faced the full 270 balls. Down the leg side, this is drifting away, and they get 1. Let's see if it came off of anything. Umpire Naveed Siddiqui just signals buys. Okay, so it did not come off of anything. And again, the playing conditions dictate that a ball that ordinarily would be called a wide, the first time it happens in the over, it's not adjudged as such. So just a buy in the end, and the ball runs away for that buy. So at the end of the 39th over, score is 121 for 9. $121 for 9. 39 overs bowled, so another maximum 6 to go. The batters are Captain Rizwan Mohammed. He is on 2 from 6. Kumar Devineni is 11 from 16. Kuldeep Patel, I believe this is his last over, bowling short, and oh, look at this, an attempted run out by Syed Shafiq Ali. Not successful in the end, and really a bit of acrobatic fielding or keeping from him as he almost turned a turnstile almost. But at the end, it's just a dot ball. Kuldeep Patel again in his last, he's bowled, this is his last over. He's bowled 8. He's 2 for 33. Good miserly bowling. Again, just as is the case with all the bowlers. This is wrapped right on the pad and is given him. So that is the end of the innings. Very full, in fact, wrapped the batter not on the pad but actually on the top of the boot. From here, it looks as though that's what's happened. And umpire Rakesh Jain thought about it and then ended up raising that dreaded finger. So that's the end of the innings. And looking here at the replay, Kuldeep Patel very full right in front, and at the end, not much doubt about that decision. So the innings ends for the East Central side, all out for 121. And while 121 would be a decent to challenging score in T20 conditions, I suspect that they'll be ruining the day that they got bowled out for that little, because with 270 balls to go for the East, or for the South rather, you'd expect even if they were as tentative as they could possibly be, they will still end up, I would think, being the favorites in this situation. So that's the end of the innings. 121 is the final score for the East Central side. So 122 will be the target for the South when we come back. I suspect we'll be taking a bit of a break, probably somewhere around 20 or so minutes, and then we'll be back on the air shortly as for the chase for the South side. So until then, Brian Walters signing off from Prairie View.
4 dot balls to start. Last ball drifting slightly down leg.
I good.
5 dot ball, sorry. Jumping in here to fill in for in the meantime. Got a little caught up in lunch break. Delicious food. Some people decided to go back for seconds. Dot ball. Pitched outside the off. Well left. And that's the over. Maiden over to start. Chasing
120.
122 needed. So after this over, 122 is still needed. Brian will be back here in a second. Here he is.
So Ryan, if you have the ability to commentate all along, why have I been here doing this by myself?
Because I got to keep an eye on the cameras and all the other good stuff. And I don't have the sexy voice like you do.
Well played, but not good enough. I will bring you in onto this commentary team. So, excuse me a second. So, after what was really some fantastic biryani, chicken biryani to be honest, it wasn't seconds, it wasn't seconds, it was actually thirds. Because I didn't get to be 230 pounds eating veggies.
I got seconds as well. And I don't eat Indian food that often.
But to the state of the match, the East Central side has set the South 122 runs for victory. And you would think that if it was a T20, 122 would be a challenge. 45 overs, 122, I would be shocked if the South did not win this game. I mentioned earlier that I am former teammates with probably 3 of the guys on the field. I've played against probably 6 of the guys on the field. Any one of those 6 can take this game by the scruff of the neck and win it. So I would think that from here, it's just a matter of how many overs it will take for the South to win this game.
I've done a few of these games now where I've been around them, and it seems slow bowling is the trick nowadays. Put it up there and force them to catch the boundaries. You don't see them as often as you would in a regular T20 game. And the running between the wicket is slower now. But I still think, yes, you're correct. The South probably has the advantage here. I feel a couple raindrops coming.
I was about to say, that's the one variable that we cannot account for. And so coming in from behind us from the south, there is a really strong wind that has picked up in the last 5 minutes. And with that wind is coming several drops of rain. So Ryan is now scrambling to protect these expensive electronics from the raindrops. And in the meantime, we continue 10 consecutive dot balls to start this innings. So no runs yet scored, whether from extras or off the bat. And the South, I don't think will be very bothered by that, as this ball is punched back to the bowler. So now 5 consecutive dot balls. The South, again, if this were a T20 match, I would think they'd still be favored to win. But from here, and in fact, that was 2 consecutive maidens to start this chase. But I would think that, all things considered, the South will not be bothered by a couple of maidens to start the innings. The openers are Kashif Rana and Naveen Pierce. First over was bowled by JV Vakil, and the second over was bowled by Himanshu Patadia. So 2 overs bowled, and the score is South is not yet off the mark. 13 dot balls now to start the innings. This opening pair is being very, very watchful.
Taking their time to see themselves into the pitch. Make sure they can put their heads down and chase down these runs without risk.
I think that's right. I think you're absolutely right, Ryan. Taking the time, there is no reason to attempt to rush. If they were chasing 222, then maybe they might have a more of a sense of urgency. So 15 straight balls, or dot balls rather, to start the innings. Hate to keep repeating myself. The fact that they have not yet scored any runs, I don't think will be a concern to any of them. But the one thing to bear in mind that they have no control over is the weather. So at some point they may want to start looking to get things going just so the game can be finished before the weather gets really bad.
Yeah, and they're predicting more storms for tomorrow as well, so this is coming in and it's not going away.
Those of us in this part of the country know that it is as likely to be 80 degrees in February as it is to be 20. And sometimes you get those two extremes on the same day. So this part of the country is truly notorious for that, where the weather can change at any one time from one day to the next, sometimes from 1 hour to the next. So you sort of have to be aware of any potential changes. But having said that, while 122 runs represents runs on the board, they still, I would think, have full advantage here. Now, having said that, this opening pair is now to the point where they're treating this like a net session, which isn't necessarily bad, but I would think with 3 straight overs or 3 straight maidens to start this chase, that at some point they'd want to start looking to score. And as we said earlier, that wind is getting stronger and the rain is starting to pick up a little bit more now. Just keep an eye on the umpires, because at some point they may decide whether or not it makes sense for the players to stay out there.
And actually we can see them starting to prepare the tarps as well. So there is looking like a strong chance that there could be somewhat of a stoppage in play. Ball looks like it's still swinging a little in the air, so that could be giving the batsman some trouble as well.
Bowler from the forest end is Himanshu Patadia, left arm around the wicket, bowling between the wicket and the stumps, bowling to the right-handed Kashif Rana. Always an element of risk to bring the bowlers in, or to bring a spinner on during the power play, but at the same time, I don't think that East Central will win this game being conservative. So I like the idea, and there we go. There's the first runs off the bat. That's 1, is coming back for 2, and in fact goes all the way for 4. So tossed up delivery, outside off stump, and the right-handed Kashif Rana just driving through the line of the ball, and the South opens its account with a boundary. So all of a sudden, my co-commentator decided to go on strike. He's been on the job for 2 overs and he's already on strike. But
I have the voice like yours. Can't project.
there he goes again, but this one actually gets through the fielder at the cover. I thought he had that covered, no pun intended, but it goes right through him and goes for another 4. This is actually a better struck ball than the one previously that went for 4, all along the ground. Again, I would think that the fielder there in the covers would have had that under control, but it went right through him, and once it passed him, it had, even with the slightly wet outfield, it certainly had enough juice to be able to go all the way for 4. So consecutive boundaries here in the 4th over, and a different line of attack now for the spinner Himanshu Patadia, who is now bowling over the wicket to the right-hander. Down the leg side and swept away. Do we have 3 on the trot? Yes, we do. This may have been the best struck of all 3. Solid shot, a little bit too straight. I mentioned that Patadia decided to go around the wicket. Going around the wicket, he never adjusted his line and had that ball going down the leg side. And all that Kashif Rana had to do was just to get some bat on that ball, and it flew away very, very quickly across the outfield. No one in the deep, and after the ball got past the fielder, short fine leg. It went all the way for 4. This one is now struck right to the fielder at mid-off for no run, but all damage has been done so far in the over. So 3 consecutive 4s. The South starts things going after being very watchful for the first 3 overs. They open their account, at least Kashifrana opens his account with 3 consecutive boundaries. So at the end of 3, the score, check that, at the end of 4, the score is 12 without loss.
Made a quick comeback on those
So as a means of excuse me, being able to keep up with the required rate versus the actual rate. The actual rate for the first 3 overs was 0 because no runs had been scored. After that 1 over where 12 runs were scored, the overall rate is now 3, which should not be surprising. And the required rate is now 2.68. Very frankly, that required rate may not even be something worth keeping track of, because as long as the South gets all the way through the innings and bat for all 45 overs, they will win. The only likelihood, I think, as this ball goes down the leg side, it may have been glanced away. It goes away for 4, and leg buys is a signal from umpire Rakesh Jain. So 4 more runs to the total. So I would think that if it is the fact that the South goes all the way through without being bowled out, they will win this match. So in my mind, the required rate doesn't necessarily mean a whole lot. So one of 2 eventualities you would think would either be that the South gets the winning runs without getting to all 45 overs, because I certainly don't see that happening, or the East Central side will bowl them out. One of those 2 things I think is more likely to happen. Well, that's a great ball. Just nipping back off the seam, I think, and missing the outside edge as it goes through to the keeper. 2 consecutive overs, 2 consecutive maidens rather, to start his spell by JV Vakil. Now, in this, his 3rd over, he's conceded 4 runs, but via the buys route, or leg buy route rather. Still no runs offered off the bat, and yet still no runs off the bat as another ball is defended into the mid-wicket area. 16 without loss to score. Another 106 runs required. And at the risk of being repetitive, a lot of weather changes. A few minutes ago it was drizzling pretty heavily. As of right now, there is actually no rain around. If you look, if the cameraman may not be able to pan off to our left, but there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 people standing at the ready, monitoring the covers, with, you would think, be able to run onto the field as directed by the umpires in case it starts raining again. But as of right now, the threat of rain seems to have dissipated, and we're still looking to go forward as the South continues its chase. Defended to square leg, another dot ball to end things here in the 5th. 4 runs rather from the over. 4 runs via the leg by route, and it is now 16 without loss. And of course, after a big, thick, heavy meal, the one thing that you would like to have is some Gatorade. So I'm very glad that Ryan was able to secure a nice cold bottle of Gatorade. Apparently Dave does not drink Gatorade.
I never heard that sound from a Gatorade bottle before.
Can you tell me the bowler name, sir? Can you tell me the bowler name?
So we're going to be here all week together.
We'll be here all week. Who's the bowler?
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you.
So continuing the bowling from the forest end is the experienced Nasir Javid, or as we call him, Charlie.
Yes, sir. I know. Nasir Javed.
Charlie has been around for a really, really long time. Charlie represented the United States of America from 1998 to 2010. And in 2015, he was the senior teams or the men's team's head coach for the T20 qualifying round in Ireland. So he's been around for a really long time, knows cricket like the back of his hand, very experienced campaigner, and again, represented the country at the highest level. Charlie, right-handed leg spinner. This one dropped short and cut into the covers, but well fielded there by that fielder in the covers, so no run. Charlie starts with the dot ball. Short and smashed, and this one gets past the fielder in the covers, and it will have the legs to reach the boundary. Yep, just gets there now. So 4 runs to start, or for the second delivery of this over. The South now only dealing in boundaries. There 4 scoring strokes, and they were all 4s, so 16 via that route, and then the leg buys that went earlier from the delivery here from the south end that went for 4. So 20 without loss is the score. So Kashif Raina 12 or 16 without loss. This is outside off, and this is it, signal wide by umpire Naveed Siddiqui. So this is the first entry in the scorebook for this over, for this innings rather, that did not involve the number 4. 21 without loss the score. Another 101 runs needed for the South to wrap things up. Charlie Javid continuing, leg spin around the left or right arm over the wicket and punched into the covers. Quick single taken. So Naveen Prairie has been extremely watchful this far in his innings, but I would think as a left-handed batter he would like the wind or the ball coming into him. Charlie Javid in theory would be turning the ball into the right-hander, and I think Charlie recognizes that because he immediately drops that fielder back from mid-on back to long-on. Another element to bear in mind is the fact that the wind is blowing very strongly from behind us. And so this is going to, if the ball is up in the air in that direction, the wind will help to carry that ball. So there is every chance that even though Naveen has been very watchful so far, that he very well could take on Charlie Javid here. Yep, still being very watchful, going back onto the back foot and defending that ball, and then in fact rehearses a pull stroke immediately after having played that defensive shot. So maybe he has his eye on something more aggressive later on in this over. Yep, continues in the same watchful. He really appears to be treating this like a net session. So it's going to be interesting to see how long he continues with that vein. So at the end of 6, the score is 21 without loss. I've already been corrected. Apparently the Gatorade that I'm drinking is a little stronger than most Gatorades are. So 22 without loss the score after 6. So JV Vakil to continue bowling from the southern end of the field, the highway end, bowling with the wind behind him. It's punched to backward point, no run there. .22 without loss to score, so an even 100 runs required for victory. Whoa. Just off camera, this ball is struck through the covers. They'll get 2 for this. But looking, in fact, in the direction in which the ball just went, the covers appear to be winning a battle against 9 guys trying to hold it down, because that wind coming from the south is extremely, extremely strong, and so they seem to have trouble keeping those set of covers on the ground. Two more to the total, so the required rate, or the required number of runs now, 98. Oh, attempted cut and an appeal. No. More excitement really from that on that occasion from the bowler than a genuine appeal, because he beat the batter outside the line of off stump. Attempted cut by Kashif Rana was not successful, but in the end, no edge taken. Slip fielder, 2 slip fielders in fact in position. The ball is struck back towards the bowler for no run. So stringing together a few dot balls on the trot here is Mr. Vakil, JV. 24 without loss. 2 more balls to go in this, the 7th over. Oh, outside edge and dropped at first slip. Went sort of tentatively, it has to be said, with one hand. Kind of parried over the goalpost. If he were, no, it's bias, never mind. So he appeared to have dropped a catch, but as it turns out, umpire Rakesh Jain signals buys. So in the end, not a drop catch, but still 1 run to the total. Single buy rather, that takes now the other batter, Naveen Pereira, on strike as a left-hander. So 25 to the total, 97, or 25 is the total, 97 more to get from a target of 122. All the time in the world to get those runs. They only need to score at the rate of 2.5 runs and over. And again, Mr. Naveen has now faced 20 deliveries and is not yet off the mark. And he is again solid in defense. Several years ago, I heard Mr. Sunil Gavaskar, after having seen a batter score 137 runs, actually said, in my day it took me, or 37 balls rather. Gavaskar said, in my day it took me 37 balls just to get off the mark. I don't think, at least I wouldn't think, that that's exactly what Mr. Ryan or Mr. Paris is trying to do here. But I think he's been there long enough and taken a good enough look, has faced enough deliveries from both ends of the wicket. So I would think he has a good idea of how the pitch itself is playing, that if he were to look to start getting his account going, that this would be a good time to start looking in that direction. Slap to backward point as Charlie Javed continues bowling from the forest end. His second over. The first over that he bowled went for 6 runs. His delivery is tossed up and hit in the air. Long on. Oh, long on came running in and didn't realize that the ball went back over his head. I spoke about the wind earlier and how the wind was going to help the ball to carry in that direction. So if you were to see the ball that was in the air feeling the wind blowing directly toward you, probably want to take a few steps or a few seconds to realize what the ball is doing before you come charging in. Had he been back on the boundary, I would think that he would have had the chance to make that catch. But as it is, And what are they contemplating whether or not this went for oh, it's a no ball. Let's see. Umpires in communication with each other. There's some doubt as to whether that ball went for 6. The signal has been given by both the umpire and the fielder, so 6 runs there. I don't think it's a no ball. In fact, that might have just been an erroneous signal by the umpire, but 6 more to the total. No question that the more aggressive of these 2 opening batters is the right-handed Kashif Rana. He is now 25 from 23. The overall score is 31. While Naveen has yet to open his account. Tossed up outside off stump and another wide given. So 32 now the score. Another 90 runs required for the South. Tossed up and driven right back to the bowler for no run. So last ball coming up now for the 8th over. 2 balls remaining in the 8th over. Looking to sweep. It gets it fine. There's 1 run. I think that's all they'll get. Do they want a second? Nope. Yep, they do come back for 2. Fielder just taking a long time to pick that ball up. So, well, see, Ryan, you're a really young guy, so you don't have the problem that we older guys have. Bending over is a really, really difficult exercise. To tie your shoe, to pick a ball up, those things are all very hard at our age. But 34, Dev, you're nowhere near our age. So, and this ball is kind of knocked backward point. No run, so quite end to the over. 9 runs from the over. 34 without loss to score. Kashif Rana, 25 from 25. And Naveen Paris, none from 21. Trying his best to do his Sunil Gavaskar impression. So Ryan, you were born in the U.S., but you your family hails from Guyana.
Correct.
So you probably know the name Ronaldo Morton. Have you heard that name?
Yeah.
Morton, unfortunately, died in a car crash several years ago. But one of the names that he was given was 32 ball Duck Morton, because he once took a very long look to try to get himself set, but ended up getting out for naught, but faced 8 up 32 balls from a one-day innings, getting to that knot.
Did he end up walking the other direction of the pavilion after that? That is the longest walk of shame.
You know, there is certainly value to be had in taking a look to see what the ball is doing. You'll even see somebody like a Chris Gale. Chris Gale probably will never play for the West Indies again, I don't think, but he was famous for taking 2, 3, 4 overs to sort of see what the ball was doing and then explode after that.
Yeah, and then everything was a 4 and a 6.
I would think that if Mr. Paris is doing the same thing, that he's been there long enough that he would have a sense of what the ball is doing. So now would be the time to start accelerating. Because if you look, again, we're in the first power play, so there is a maximum of 3 fielders allowed outside the circle. There's absolutely no one outside the circle right now because everyone is just simply waiting for the opportunity to get him out because he's not being very aggressive. And so everybody's sort of keying in on that and sort of closing the noose around him.
It could be a strategy too with the wind. You don't want to take the risk hitting into the wind. So pushing the ball around on this side is probably a smart play. You're ahead of the run rate.
I completely agree that you don't want to hit big from this end, in theory. But if you notice that mid-off and mid-on are inside the circle. So even a miss-hit will clear the infield at this stage. So I don't know that you want to completely go inside of in the shell the way that he is right now.
Correct, but you have a batsman on the other side too that is attacking and scoring at will. So your job as a partner sometimes, it should be to push a single at least. You should at least be looking at that point now, pushing the bat forward instead of straight.
I agree with the very last thing that you just said. He does not appear to be looking for opportunities to score singles. What I'd like to see is him looking to push the ball into the gaps. But even with such an aggressive field set, there's still gaps. If he pushes the ball this direction towards mid-off, there's a single to be had. If he pushes it sort of towards the square leg umpire, there's other singles to be had there. And on this occasion, so being...
Slips collide, but yeah, he's not really pushing the bat forward to push for a drive. It's just very defensive still.
Completely defensive, and look, again, far be it from us to criticize because we're here and he's out there. I would like to think, particularly with the uncertainty regarding the weather, so he actually got an appreciable amount of turn on that ball. I would think that if there were going to be a time for you to start looking to accelerate, if no other reason than to get the close-in fielders from not being as comfortable as they are, because they're literally, with each ball, they're closing in more and more to him, and he's not necessarily being, he's not posing a threat to them of any kind at this stage. So the end of the 9th over goes by, 34 without loss to score. Current run rate is 3.78. The required rate is 2.44. And with only 88 more runs to get and 36 overs in which to get them, I would like to think that this would be a foregone conclusion. I mentioned that I played against several of these guys before, and I'm former teammates with a handful of them. The lineup, the aggressiveness that's down the lineup from here, 88 runs can be knocked off in 6 or 7 overs without much trouble. Who's the bowler? So Charlie Javits to continue. Oh, almost an opportunity to get a single there, but not taken in the end. So the 10th over is now in progress. Tossed up and very wide, and in fact adjudged wide by umpire Naveed Siddiqui. 35 now the score. 5 balls remaining here in the 10th, with a required rate of 2.44, an overall run rate of 3.75 with 10 wickets in hand, would seem to indicate that the South has this well and truly covered. There is one fielder in the deep at long on. There's another fielder in the deep at mid wicket, and another fielder sweeping on the outside, on the offside. Underhand throw to the bowler's end. Quick single taken, not out. An appeal, the captain or the fielder there with his arms outstretched to the umpire as if to continue his appeal, but umpire was pretty resolute in determining that that was not out. And so, as I was mentioning a second ago, there's 3 fielders outside. There is one deep mid wicket, there's another at long on, and there's a third out on the boundary at long off. And in fact, now the long on fielder is coming in. He's now at mid on. Oh, check that, because it's now a left-hander, so the field has changed for the left-hander. So fielders in the deep are now deep, and there's the first run off the bat for the left-handed Naveen Paris. Single taken, so he opens his account after some 28 balls. That is a really, really long time to have not had any runs scored, but after having taken a really, really long look, he does open his account. Apologies if you have seen if maybe you're hearing us and not seeing us, some technical difficulties appear to be popping up again. We're looking to. We'll get that sorted out as soon as possible. In the meantime, this is slapped square of the wicket on the offside. 1 run, they'll get 2. There's a fielder running around from sort of a deep cover position, runs square of the wicket on the offside to retrieve. So 2 more runs to the total. Score is now 37 without loss. And that represents the, check that, 39 without loss. And at the end of the 10th over, the South continues to march methodically on their way to what I believe is going to be a victory. 83 more runs required. And 10 wickets in hand. I think it's just a matter of knowing what the final margin of victory is going to be from this point.
This one is continue now.
Let's see. That's a different bowler.
This one, Mohammed.
Rizwan Mohammed to continue, captain, bowling right arm over the wicket. First delivery goes down the leg side, but again, what ordinarily would be called a wide was adjudged to not be a wide. If he bowls a similar delivery in this over, then it will be called a wide. So 2 dot balls to start the 11th as that next ball is defended just behind square on the offside. 3 dot balls on the trot. It would be interesting to see whether or not this would be the approach that was taken by Naveen Paris had they had a larger target to chase. But as of right now, he's essentially treating this as batting practice. And yet another dot ball. 4 on the trot here to start the 11th. 5 on the trot. There is 1 from 32. Tossed up and defended with a dead bat. So another maiden that is bowled to Paris. He's happy just defending the ball and having the runs to be scored come from his partner at the other end, who is, by comparison, much more aggressive. Naveen Paris now 1 from 32, and Kashif Rana 30 from 32. So they've faced an equal number of balls. One guy has 30 and the other guy has 1. That should give some impression as the relative aggression of each one.
New bowler is Kumar. Am I right?
$11 overs bowled.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Kumar. Kumar.
There's the new bowler who will be coming into the attack from the forest end.
New bowler name is Kumar. Am I right?
Bowler is Kumar
Okay.
Devineni. And he will be bowling to Kashif Rana.
32 ball. After 39.
Kumar Devineni bowling now to Naveen Paris. Oh, check that, to Kashif Rana, the right-hander. As a reminder, as we talked about this morning, we're still in the first power play. The first power play is the first 15 overs of the innings. Ball pushed through and pulled down to short, fine leg just for a single. Not great contact made on that occasion by Rana. But we are still in the first power play. Within that first power play, there are only 3 fielders allowed outside the circle. The left-handed Naveen Paris is now on strike. And the field shifting around a little bit for the left-hander. So there's a fielder now at slip. There is a fielder backward point, sort of a deep gully. And then there's a fielder behind square at point, close to the umpire. Everyone inside the circle except for the fielder at mid-on, long on rather. And this is pulled down to square leg for no run. Oh, extra bounce on that occasion. Not sure where that bounce came from, but it pitched just on a length and took off. Keeper having to take that ball above his head. So another dot ball. 1 run having come from the over so far with 3 to go. The score is 40. Another 82 needed for victory here for the South. And defended yet again. 2 balls remaining. The required rate 3.43. Check that. The required rate 2.46. The actual run rate 3.43. And this is driven to mid-off. Tumbling save there by the fielder running around to his right. And another single to the total. Another single to Mr. Paris's tally. So 1 ball remaining here in the 12th. 41 for, without loss the score. Now with the more aggressive Kashif Rana back on strike. Mid-off and mid-on go back on the boundary to long off and long on. And this ball, attempted cut is missed. And that is the end of the over as it goes through to the keeper. So 4-1 the score. 4-1 without loss. And the South continues again in a very methodical and very systematic fashion. No bells and whistles, no aggression really been shown in the last several balls. But again, you get the sense that they have this chase covered in the way that they would like for it to be. Yep. So Captain Rizwan Mohammed continues. I believe this will be his 3rd over. Tossed up and defended. Stop me if you. As once again the weather has changed and once again we feel a few raindrops coming behind us. Tossed up and slapped in the air just between those 2 fielders behind square on the offside. It'll get 2. First real bit of aggression shown here by Naveen Paris. They get 2. In fact, they get 3. They come all the way back for the 3rd. Didn't realize that that ball carried so far. I suspect in their younger days, either one of those 2 gentlemen could have gotten to that ball before the batters had the opportunity to run for 3. But either way, they're able to get that 3rd run. So the score moves on to 44. And now with the more aggressive Kashif Rana on strike. The field is a lot more defensive. There is now a long off and long on, and the man at deep mid wicket as Rizwan Muhammad continues. Oh, ball keeps a little low, rushes through and almost ricochets onto the stumps, but no harm, no foul in the end. Two balls remaining here in the pass that hit in the air, down the ground to long on, running off of the boundary, keeping the batter just to one single. Left-handed Paris is now on strike. The last ball of the over to be bowled by Rizwan Muhammad. And Paris lets us go by outside the off stump. That signifies the end of the over. A dot ball to end things there. 4 runs total from the over. And I believe that the score is now 45 without loss. Yep, 45 without loss. And again, apologies if all you're hearing is sound. We're working, or not we, Ryan is working very hard to, to get us back online. But in the meantime, the score is 45 without loss. 13 overs have already been bowled. Another 32 possible to be bowled. But with 10 wickets in hand and a required rate of only 2.41, I suspect that we will not need those 32. Oh. So continuing from the highway end is Kumar Devaneni. This is struck now down the ground for a single. A single that brings Naveen Paris back on strike. Oh, he chopped on. Oh, he absolutely chopped on. He knocks himself in the head out of frustration. A very sedate and a very understated innings comes to an end for Naveen Paris. He makes or commits the cardinal error of chopping on. Ball comes off the under edge. And delivery bowled by Nasir Javed. And he walks off after having only disturbed the scorers twice. I'll check that. He is 5. So he scored 5 from 42. Very slow rate of scoring. And the new batter, we'll get the name of the new batter very shortly. His name says Mike on his shirt. Not exactly sure what his actual name is because my scorecard does not have a Mike on it. But we'll confirm the name of the scorer shortly, or the new batter rather. But until then, where we are here is the score is 46 for 1. Four to 6 for 1. 4. The new batter, we will identify him as soon as we can. He's a left-hander, so one left-hander replacing another.
He is not on the table 11.
Oh, appeal for an LBW. Not given. And I'll tell you what, not only did he miss that delivery from the new batter, but he also stumbled forward out of his crease. So I suspect had the fielding side been a little bit more watchful, he potentially could have been stumped in addition to having been appealed for LBW. But neither of those modes of dismissal has been affected, and another dot ball to get things going here in the 14th over. Defended in front of the wicket, so another dot ball, one more ball remaining. Nope, that's the end of the over. So at the end of the 14th over, the score 46 for 1 without.
Actual run rate has fallen to 3.23.
Check, audio check, audio check.
Welcome back to Prairie View. Well, unfortunately, we have what we suspected would eventually have. That's our first weather-related delay. A certain heavy amount of drizzle is now sweeping across the ground, and as you can see from your picture, the covers are now on. So we will be taking a break. The umpires are here with us, and in time they will assess the conditions and decide when, if at all, the players will be going back on. But for now, we're signing off from Prairie View, and we'll be back on as soon as we can. For now, this is Brian Walters. Talk to you soon.
Hello, mom and dad. Abbi Ammi. Assalamu alaikum.
There you go, the camera. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, we can do some shout outs if anyone wants to.
Yeah, I want to shout out to my mom and dad, and then my kids, my wife. They won't be watching, but my mom and dad are watching.
Sorry.
Yeah, just duck down a little.
Hello everyone. Thanks for watching. Just a little bit of light rain here and stop the game. And hello to mom and dad. You all take care. Bye.
Just anything. Just shout out.
Shout out to my HICC family. Hope everybody's doing okay, and please come out and support the Masters tournament. We have a game tomorrow at Moosa Stadium. See you all there.
See if anyone else wants to. It's on. Up. Up is on.
आवाज आ रही है अम्मी? अस्सलाम वालेकुम. अब्बी अम्मी. क्या ज़ैन ज़ुहैर तो नहीं आया? ज़ैन आ गया है? Alright. अस्सलाम वालेकुम.
We are still on rain delay, but it looks like the players are slowly making their way back to the field, and they're going to attempt to resume the game here momentarily. I haven't heard anything yet about reduction in overs. I don't think it's needed at this point, but we'll see. I've been promised some big shots coming up here. So hopefully we'll get a little bit more action. Sorry I can't put the camera back up high. It's just getting destroyed by the weather, so we're gonna have to live with this angle for the rest of the game. But something's better than nothing, right?
I think that's right. That's right.
So stay tuned, and hopefully we'll have a little more action here for you soon.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are back in rainy, gloomy, dreary Prairie View. Dave looks like he is in the Arctic somewhere. And the conditions are that it is extremely damp, it's extremely wet, but the umpires have made the decision to go back onto the field to attempt to complete this game. So in the meantime, we will resume. The score is 49-1. And we will get all the particulars in a minute. As you might imagine, there are a lot of different moving parts, and with a lot of technology around, when it all gets wet, it's sort of difficult, and some things have to be put away. And so we are operating sort of with a skeleton, not a skeleton crew necessarily, but without many of the resources that we ordinarily would have had. So we will be trying right now to get a hold of all of the information that we need in order to describe the action to you. For now, the top number is that 49-1 is the score, and another several. We're needing probably about another 81 or so runs for victory. We'll confirm all of the moving parts and as many of the details as we can possibly muster, and we'll get that to you as soon as we can. Okay, so we are. Okay, we appear to not be live right now. So again, bear with us as we attempt to get the details. From where we started early this morning, the East Central was asked to bat by the South captain, Kuldeep Patel, and they only managed to muster 121 runs. 121 runs. Top scores in that first inning was Ajit Jayasinghe and Amir Kiani with 29 and 14 respectively. Very excellent bowling all the way down the lineup from Kuldeep Patel all down, and the overall score was 121. And so as of right now, as far as the chase is concerned, the score is now 50-1. And the batters are Kashif Rana and Mike Bhakta. And I've just had a... So ignore the name that might appear on your screen for the left-handed batter. I've just been transported back to 1998, and so many horrible memories are coming back all of a sudden, because the left-hander at the wicket is Mike Bhakta. Mike Bhakta, who for years scored very heavily right here in the Houston Cricket League. And for some reason, all of us have now graduated to master's status. Not sure exactly when that happened. But we are now awaiting resumption in play, and in fact now the umpires and the fielding captain are having a bit of a chat. It may be that they're trying to decide whether or not they can even keep trying to go, because the rain has not relented, and in fact it's a very heavy drizzle. It's now picked up, and the captain the keeper rather, appears to be signaling that there's no way that they can continue. He appears to be walking toward the pavilion. No, in fact, he's walking to take up his place. No, he's walking towards the pavilion. And if I were to be able to read the body language of the players, it appears that the fielding side wants to not keep going, and it appears that the batting side wants to keep going. So not sure exactly where we're going to end up here. There's certainly, let's call it, a lack of unanimity of direction in terms of how we continue from this point on. And in fact, now there's a handful of members from the fielding side who are running over towards the covers, and I suspect that the covers will be coming back on very shortly. So a lot of activity here in the last few minutes, but it appears that we are about to again have another delay. And yes, in fact, you can see now that the members from the fielding side are going over to grab onto that big set of covers, and they're bringing it back onto the field. So the stumps are out, the covers are coming back on, and unfortunately we are going to be right where we were about 10 minutes ago, because apparently, in the opinion of everybody, it is a little bit difficult to even contemplate continuing to play at this point. So once again, we are going to have to take another break because the covers are now back on. 49 for 1 is still the score, and as soon as we have an early update for you, check that. 50 for 1, my apologies. 15.1 overs have been bowled from a remaining 45 or so, but my suspicion is that we will not get through the remaining 45 overs. But as of right now, 50 for 1 the score. As soon as we have an update, we'll be right back.
To the family. Camera's right here. I'll zoom it out a little, and you can say hi to the family.
હેલો ગરવારી અમોલ અનેરી આ લાઈવ ટેલિકાસ્ટમાં અત્યારે વરસાદ પડે બહાર બેઠેલા છે એટલે જોઈએ મેચ પતે છે કે નહીં બટ ઇટ્સ ઓલ ગુડ થેન્ક્સ.
welcome back, unfortunately for the final time, to Prairie View. Camera is able to pan around 180 degrees and see that everybody is shaking hands because apparently we are done for the day. The weather conditions simply are not going to allow us to complete this match. So, as the way things stand, I'll let somebody else with more understanding of the rules of the tournament determine who wins and who loses. It may just be an abandoned match, but the weather conditions, given that there's a persistent drizzle for the last last hour or so, and with more rain continued or projected to come into the area for the next several hours, and with a cutoff time at 4:30 Central, which is about 40 minutes from now, umpires have made the decision to call playoff for the day. So that's where we leave things. A really exciting ending was developing, but as it stands, we will have to abandon things the way that they are right now. So from Prairie View, we're signing off for the day with Ryan and Dave, who have been so professional assisting today. This is Brian Walters signing off from Prairie View. Good night.